Welcome to the GunChannels.com lobby chat.
Squib, are you male or female? Just curious. What's going on, Pink?
What's up, John?
Yeah, chilling. How's your weekend going?
I'm just paying some bills real quick before I go back and get ready for work.
Copy that. You see the? Do you know this squib? I don't know. He still thinks I'm new or something. I don't know how to convince him. I'm just messing around with him. I wonder if he's listening to the chat or just in the chat room.
Be refreshed. He's probably listening.
Okay. Do you have the video embedded on the gun channel's side?
Yeah.
Okay, then my internet must be zapping out on this on the website because it's still it's broken up.
You working, Pink, or you off today?
I'm getting ready for work.
Hey, G-Webs.
Bob's standing here too.
Yeah, man.
What's up, Bob?
Not much. Watch my dog slobber all over Oro's toys so that piss Oro off.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sounds like he's just eating those bones. Oh, he found a toy.
No, he's only 20 now. He's going to go put slobber all over it so Oro will go, what the fuck? Dogs can be assholes.
Yeah, my dog will go bury that shit now. He's had that one since he was a baby, though.
Yeah.
He doesn't kill that one. There's that, too. He just sits there doing it.
Yeah.
What kind of a dog do you have?
I got a Doberman. Bob's got some kind of yellow golden retriever looking dog.
Oh, nice.
Anatolian Shepherd, they said at the pound.
Yeah, his tail doesn't look like a golden retriever. Well, he doesn't look like a golden retriever. Golden
No.
retrievers have wavy hair, huh?
Yeah. He's got a shepherd look to him. He's just got a weird face. He's got a fat face for a shepherd.
In the wrong paint shop.
In the wrong paint. Well, I guess shepherds can do colors.
It's like a golden retriever's paint job, though.
Yeah, well. Apparently dogs up in the Turkish mountains come that color. Good color for in the desert. Well, they're the same color as the ground.
Yeah.
Be pretty good camel, actually.
So that dog comes from the desert. He should be happy with the desert.
Mm-hmm. New Mexico.
No, I'm saying the breed.
No, that dog comes from the mountains of Turkey.
Yeah.
He's like a mountain dog. A shepherd version of a mountain dog, I guess.
G, is your Doberman purebred?
Yeah.
Nice. How old is he?
He's 12.
Oh, wow. Give him a minute.
He struck out right now. Start barking.
You said he's just getting off his meds?
No, we just got separated. He just probably figured, somehow that Charlie's got his toy.
Yeah.
Probably there were the squishes or something. Charlie picked up a toy, started like changing his like halfway giving a shit to more like I give him more of a shit. Unless there's something going on up front, maybe he's bitching about something out front.
So you guys at a gun show right now?
No, we're sorting some of that out. Didn't end up going to the show.
Yeah, it wasn't really going to be worth it. No sense spending 2 days breaking even.
Yeah.
There's a lot of green dots out there. Nobody's jumping in though. You guys go shooting now?
I did yesterday. That's only because I had a match.
And we all know how going on over at the good old boys club there. We'll hear about his trip soon.
I gotta run, guys. So I'll talk to you guys later.
Take it easy.
Later.
This is his second day over at the ranch, or it's his first day, right? Okay.
I don't know if it even started today yet.
I
know
think.
it got today. I think it starts tomorrow.
Oh, all right, that's right.
He just took a day to get there, and then the day to arrive, and then 2 days of the class. I'm pretty sure.
I'm sure they're having fun, whatever they're doing.
Huh?
I'm sure they're having fun, whatever they're doing.
Yeah, he must be busy, so he's not jumping in.
Is he online? Or is
No, I'm saying he's not online, so he's probably
Sleeping, probably. Getting lots of rest.
or bullshitting, hanging out. He's in a giant barracks, basically.
Oh, that's right. He's in Jaeger's house.
Yeah.
The elephant circle of fun.
Oh, well, they might have told him, like, you can't do live video from here.
No.
I've seen them do live videos. I've seen live videos of their thing.
Yeah, I've done my video in the game room.
Yeah.
I mean, unless they're doing something. Maybe they got people in there or something. I don't know. We'll find out.
They're doing down low shit.
Might be.
Counting his ammo, one piece at a time. Word. You see the Antifa kid on Facebook with the mouse?
No.
Everybody thinks this kid's real, but he's trolling. It's
He looks like a
obvious.
douche.
He's trolling. His second video, he's got like a Mac 90, and you can tell he's trying to act like he doesn't know what he's talking about. But
He's a fucking gamer.
he's like a 4chan kid
Yeah.
trying to make the Antifa look bad, and it's working. It's funny.
Trolling, it's the new thing. It's the new wave these days, the trolling.
It's just our way of getting back at the far left.
It's funny.
They need it.
Yeah, that poll group, they're better than the
Oh,
FBI.
Oh, yeah, they
They-
found the bike lock attacker.
Yeah, they found that. They found sites for the U.S. military to bomb in ISIS training facilities.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, I heard about that too. Yeah, it's just like, we can do this. And they're just a bunch of, what did they say about it? It's like autism weaponized. Weaponized autism.
Autism.
That's pretty funny. They're doing a good job. I like it. Yeah, if they want to do it to the right too, get some of the real crazies out, that's fine.
Oh, there are plenty on both sides, unfortunately.
Well, you know, we're on the right side. Anyone with logic can see that. So, and you know, these guys are smart guys because they're sitting doing nothing but absorbing information all day. So, yeah, when they put their minds to it, they can do some pretty amazing things.
Give them that much. That's for sure.
I give him a big thumbs up for actually going and catching the bike lock attacker. That guy was nuts. He's gonna kill somebody. He hit somebody with a Krypton bike lock on top of the head. It's like getting hit with a ball beam hammer.
The professor.
Yeah, that's the other messed up thing. The same people who are preaching peace and tolerance on the left side are the ones going around smashing bike locks on people's heads. Fucking nut jobs.
Then I watched a video of like this guy giving it to the school board about keeping the religion out of school, but they're teaching about Islam in the curriculum. And he goes off on him. He's only got a minute to speak, but then they get the cops in, so he walks away or whatever.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Some lady calls him a bigot as he's walking away. Bigot.
Yeah, yet they don't have prayer in the school except unless it's teaching about Muslim prayer. Yeah, they're doing that in Canada too. It's just disgusting, right? Like we can't pray in school anymore. Well, I don't pray, but people who want to can't. And yet, they're going to put special prayer rooms in and stuff for the Muslim students. That's crazy. Like we have laws about you keeping the state and the religion apart because they can't be taught in the same school, right?
Well, yeah, unless it's a private school.
Exactly. And and if you want to do that, that's fine, but as long as you're not, abusing the children by teaching them things.
Oh, you're talking about the public testimony in Maine?
Yeah, it might have been. No, it was San Diego.
Yeah, there was one in Maine also. Yeah, these nuts are everywhere.
Yeah, it's getting really bad in parts of Canada now. So, like, there'll be no-go zones pretty soon. Plus, our prime minister just he's trying to push through a law. I think he actually made it that you can't throw a Muslim out of the country just because he belongs to a terrorist group. So guys who were planning a terror attack on Toronto's trains got 10 years in jail. When they get out, they can't be deported.
Why would you deport them? Look how freely they're taking them when they illegally cross the borders.
Oh yeah. But this is the whole
They got a whole welcoming party for them.
Oh yeah, they have to, yeah.
Kind of bullshit,
You
isn't it?
can't cross here, and they'll just go, "Oh, I'm crossing here," and so the cop will take their suitcase for them, help them across the creek. I mean, it's
Give
just
them
like,
a sandwich, give them some coffee.
oh no, and then they put them up, and they get social services, and they get the fast track to being landed immigrants.
I should take the ride up to Canada.
Oh man, it's nuts.
Terrorists.
I don't even need to have my passport with me.
Well, terrorists, and they found that 80% of these men, because it's mostly men, and 80% of them have criminal records, and yet they're going, oh well, if he crossed illegally, we're now being really welcoming because our stupid prime minister actually had it tweeted that they were all welcome.
Exactly.
Like, good God. So yeah, it's unbelievable. We have to get a change of government in my country real quick.
Well, that looks like that might happen if the right party in your country gets their way, which hopefully they will.
Well, the thing is, as fast as they're growing or getting back to strength, the liberals are losing power, but they're changing the laws in order to make it easier for them to get elected because they only had 38% of the vote.
Well, they've always been losing their minds.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They're nuts, man. Like he's
I mean,
all
look-
about.
look at Britain. Look at Britain, also the same thing. Hopefully
The
who's
new prime minister's got a pair, even though she's a woman.
oh, she's got a pair, all right. That's what they need, the big time, as well as Canada.
Yeah, it's too bad Le Pen didn't get in France
Well,
because the guy they
That was
elected is
probably
real.
fraud.
Yeah. So yeah, it's not good for France, but you know, who knows? Maybe they'll have a revolution. They're European.
it might be the only way they get out of it now.
Yeah,
They should.
could be.
Viva la revolution.
Yeah.
Isn't that what they
Poland,
say?
Poland holding its own real well.
That's Spanish.
Let's see who else. I think Finland has kind of been lost. You know, they've talked about accepting Shahira law in their courts.
Jesus Christ.
I know. And what other country? Switzerland or Sweden? Sweden, I think, has been overrun. Is it Switzerland? I don't know. I always get those two countries mixed up. Don't know why.
It's that either way.
They have like rape gangs.
Rape gangs.
It's the new fad.
England's had that. They caught those 14 guys that had been grooming girls for 10 years and had been raping like 12 and 13-year-olds and turning them into prostitutes.
So where do you think the rape gangs are going to be? They're going to be the right side of politics, left side of politics, or the center? Because that should be a new voting platform now over there.
Yeah. You want rape gangs? Well, the liberals would have to say, well, you can't prove it's the Muslims. And you go, well, you know, not Muslims. It's just like 20% of them that believe that. And unfortunately, you're letting a lot more of those 20% in than you should be.
The liberals' response to that is, listen, it's politics. What are you going to do?
If that happened here and the cops or the courts did nothing, then those dudes wouldn't last too long out on the streets.
Nope.
Yeah, if you look at Tommy
Or
Robbins,
behind bars.
There's a guy from England that's been reporting on this because it's gotten really bad there. That's where these women, girls, not women, girls, like 11, 12 years old, getting hooked on heroin because these gangs bring in heroin.
There are a lot of Muslim gangs that transport drugs.
Yeah, and Afghani gangs, because they don't like the Afghans and the Iraqis don't mix, and the Somalis don't mix. I mean, they're all Muslims, but there's like they grew up in a place where being a criminal was an advantage, probably.
And their drugs mix real well, too.
So, yeah, it's just, oh man,
It's backwards. It's really half-assed backwards.
Yeah.
Going.
It just makes you wonder, like, what are the government, like, what are the politicians thinking? Are they really blind to that? Are they actually unable to see the repercussions of their decisions?
No.
Like that.
They're told to do it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess it's just like it isn't going to affect them because they have all kinds of security. And,
They don't even think twice about it.
Yeah.
They got their heads up their asses.
yeah, it's true. Yeah, this is our policy, and it's going to work out because this is what we've preached. You know, privately they might be, oh, we're fucked, eh? But I'll be dead by then.
You won't hear that part.
No. It's an agenda that's been started a long time ago.
Yeah.
28 years ago.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's basically
Bush.
planned.
Bush in office for 28 years. Bush Sr.
Oh,
But,
Danny Bush.
Why do they want to bring immigrants to a Western country when their cultures are so opposed to each other? That doesn't make sense.
To destabilize the country.
Why would a government want to destabilize a country? That to me doesn't,
There's always an agenda.
It can't all be these corrupt, megalomaniac psychopaths that we.
Because if you
sometimes think they are.
destabilize the country, then then a lot of people run to the state for help. The state
then we want
offers
more
the
government.
solution, and then you get ultimate control.
More and more government.
The most government. Hashtag mostest government. Huge. Gonna make it huge. Be a camera in your toilet. They're gonna start taxing your shits. And be like, you had unauthorized porn
Bowel
accounts.
movement. I'm just reading some of these Facebook articles they have up now. Messed up shit, especially this one I'm reading about France. Like you were mentioning before.
Hmm.
They signed their own death warrants for the immigrants.
No, the immigrants, a lot of them are quite honest about the fact they're coming here to basically take over the country in 20 years because they'll just outbreed everybody and, they keep separate. They're, it's an invasion.
Yep.
It's a real smart one.
It's a Trojan horse.
Yep. But using the West's sympathy towards their left-leaning idiocy. When some of the richest countries that live in the area refuse to take these people, that should make you think for a minute. Why won't the Arab countries take them? They have lots of money and room and facilities. Nope.
This macaroon that won the election in France.
Macron.
Macaroon, whatever. He's
See his wife.
Huh?
Google a picture of his wife.
Mrs. Macaroon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my
I'll
god.
do.
Oh my god.
Mrs. Macaroon.
What I miss?
What's up, guys?
Fucking dying.
Oh my god, she looks like a turd.
With a
She
wig
looks like
on.
someone took a dump on her face. What the hell?
Yeah.
Oh, that's why he ran for prime minister. He needed something to get him out of the house.
Whoa. She looks like a character from like a movie. Like she stepped out of a dumpster.
Like a really bad movie. That's the reason why he's such an ass, and unfortunately he won. And his wife is a former teacher, so she's probably liberal to the core.
Oh yeah.
He won
Yeah.
because they sent out ballots. They sent out 2 ballots, and both of them were for him and none for Le Pen.
Gee, if that's not corrupt, I don't know what is.
So people had to write in their.
They also did. There was one city somewhere in France that had 500,000 votes that were for that macaroon guy that weren't actually for him. But they
So
said
they
wouldn't,
changed
they
it.
wouldn't investigate it until after the election.
That makes sense on a liberal thought process. Just like with the U.S. elections, when they found out that they were putting in ballots of dead people in for Hillary.
But they might have fixed it because I think they said they either take it away from him or they add it to hers to
Well,
make.
he got the vote already, so that was their
Yeah.
whole plan.
I'm just talking about like how we go by counties. They go by.
They were talking
province
about
or some shit.
65% for him and 35 for her or something like that, which doesn't sound right because she was so popular.
It's corrupt. It's a dirty election, and they did it to win. So
Well, you know, Japan doesn't allow the Muslim religion at all in their country. I mean, it's you know, they make no concessions for it. I should
they're
say.
smart.
Yeah, and they won't allow Muslims to immigrate. So
You never seen that thing where the guy who uses the marbles talk about immigration
mhm.
population?
Yeah, I saw that. That was actually very genius.
So you're complaining that blah blah blah, we shouldn't allow blah blah blah. It's not that they're like sending out an invading army. It's just that they're busting at the seams in every direction. So anywhere that there's a void is going to get, you know, the overflow from where places are overflowing. So you can't go, oh, they're coming to here. They must be coming here deliberately. I suspect they're going in every fucking direction. There's a shit ton of them people.
Yeah, but they're not being allowed in a lot of countries because of the problems it causes.
So
Because their religion is inherently opposed to the majority of the world they're going to.
you keep saying that.
That's true.
There's an article that reads, Angela Merkel declares Islam is not the source of terrorism, but the Christians who make Muslims feel angry because of Islamophobia. I'm sorry, if you can't reply with a chuckle at that one. Yeah, Merkel should go find a hole to dig herself into also.
I think Paul Joseph Watson, his video on culture explains it the best.
Yeah, he does a pretty good job.
Not all cultures are equal.
So you were talking about why a government would allow or encourage that culture to come in, or any culture to come in that isn't already represented, and that's so that they can be, you know, how else do you mix? How else do you let them get your influence if you have?
Well, the difference is there's two. There's Reformed. It's like their version of Islam needs to be reformed, like the
Imagine if we
Christian
were
religion.
Imagine we were reporting Christian groups that were aggressively trying to convert you to the point of threatening you. We're converting 12-year-old boys who were just walking home. All kinds of weird stuff like this is going on in England, and it's documented. There's video of it. This culture is just, it's not integrating. Instead, it's isolating itself and becoming predatory.
But 75% of them are. I wouldn't say that they don't call themselves moderate. They're what's it called? They're like properly assimilated to Western culture.
Right.
And there are, but I mean, the problem is the other 25%. Now, if you're bringing in 25%,
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You
You're bringing
have to
25%
discriminate.
Yeah, 25%
Because they
people
can't. It's incompatible cultures.
And they love to use the West's, liberalism against itself, and go, our landlord can't come in our house because he'll dirty it, so he can't inspect the house. And when he evicts them, and then he gives them their 90 days or whatever it is in Canada, the last week or two he wants to bring people in to see the apartment he's renting out, and they're refusing. They're saying no. Every time we try to get in there, oh no, we're praying. And so finally he just opened the door and went in, And you know, this was so insulting to them that they had to get $12,000. So they sued him, got $12,000 by the Human Rights Commission because it was considered, you know, that he'd oppressed them by walking into their apartment. Crazy.
Speaking of Human Rights Commission, Saudi Arabia is pushing the UN to adopt Sharia law to force all UN members to criminalize criticism of Islam.
Yes, yes, and not only that, they've now been put on the Female Rights Commission. So
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia is
For
heading.
genital mutilation.
Yeah, that should be okay because the West circumcises their boys.
Well, it's a liberal topic, so you know it's acceptable.
Mm-hmm. Well, what gets me is like they're saying, "Oh, it's the same as boy getting circumcised." No, that would be if it was the same, you would just cut the penis off.
Yeah, exactly.
And that would hurt a lot. And I think what they do to the girls hurts a lot.
Yeah, and it lasts for their lifetime.
Oh yeah. So it's like, ooh, that's a bad thing.
So this all this just proves that there are a lot of mentally unstable people running this country and other countries.
Yeah, well, for true. Seems like they're either unstable or corrupt, or sometimes both.
I think the fact that they're mentally unstable is just gonna lead to corruption because they don't know the difference between right and wrong anyway.
You know, basically sociopaths.
No, you know, they're not getting treatment.
Yeah.
It's just a messed up situation. So did you see, you know the thing called Groupon?
No.
Yeah, basically.
Huh? So this website called Groupon, you know, they have coupons for different activities and going out to eat and getting movie tickets and discounts on clothing and stuff. They're selling T-shirts. They're selling fucking T-shirts now of Obama saying shit like "Miss me now." I didn't even realize that they were so liberal that they would sell shit like that on it.
Oh, come on.
I don't use Groupon anymore.
People sold T-shirts with George W. on it saying "Miss me now."
Yeah, George W. Bush, I could say I miss him now. Obama,
There's the one with Bill Clinton where it has what's her face like wrapped around his leg
under his desk.
Machine guns.
Monica Lewinsky with machine guns.
Yeah, Bill Clinton's got machine guns, and Monica Lewinsky's like
blowing them.
No.
She's just like hanging onto his leg.
Yeah.
Third leg.
Yeah, the only Jewish girl in the world who can't get a stain out.
Do they sell shirts of Trump like with a clown face?
Let me see.
Like just insulting Trump shirts? They totally buy.
No, they're just selling the Trump. What is the Trump 50 cent and the Trump $2 bills? Yeah, no, I don't see any T-shirts. It's not that they're selling stuff. Supposedly, you're getting some kind of quote unquote discount for stuff that you can get anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find this T-shirt that I saw with Obama so you can see what a joke it is.
I believe it exists.
Oh, here you go. Okay. Copy. I'm putting it in the. You want me to put it in the chat or in the lobby?
Why not both?
Okay. Oops, I pressed. Okay, done. I didn't realize they were such fucking liberal company. But I just deleted my app. I'm not using them anymore.
Hmm.
They've just destroyed millions of pounds of cotton. That's what they've done. You see the middle T-shirt?
Uh,
The middle one is the biggest joke.
he made America great again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
still my guy. I'm gonna get the still my guy one.
Yeah, right. They should have made it into a Target T-shirt.
But I'm gonna paint like a skull on his face, like the Punisher.
What are you talking about? Don't insult the Punisher.
It's gonna be art.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
So-
like
Robbie on the Gun
Ultimate
Channel side.
punk rock shirt.
Robbie on the Gun Channel side said, "Moon, I found a starting point for your belt-fed revolver."
It can be belt fed.
Yeah. You could use it on your Obama T-shirt.
My Punisher.
The Punisher is the man.
Punishama.
I wonder if he's coming out. They're coming out with a new movie for him.
Punisher. Probably.
What do you think of the? When did the Punisher come out? In the late '90s, early 2000s?
Dark Dick. When did what?
When did the Punisher come out? The movie.
There was 3 different ones. There's one in the 80s, one in the early 2000s, and one a little later, before 2010, maybe, or right after 2010.
Which one did you like best?
The second one, the middle one,
Who was that?
Thomas Jane.
Really? I like the what's his name? The guy that acts like he has Tourette syndrome sometimes.
I forget who played the Warzone one.
I can't remember his name. He always makes me think of Tourette's patients. That's why I can at least picture his face, but I can't remember his name.
Trounds.
No, that's not it.
No, that's what this gun, the Dardick handgun series 1500 takes. Trounds.
Trounds.
You load it up with Trounds.
You said Dardick. I didn't hear Dardick. 1100 series.
I gotta switch my firing pin selector.
That is an interesting looking gun.
can make it 22.
Is that real?
Yeah, it was.
Wow.
It poops out that little plastic triangular casing out the side after you shoot it. Goes to the next round.
Yeah.
And the little door opens and it poops out like it just goes, bloop, falls out.
No, it's definitely unique.
There's
I
no
wonder if you
ejection.
had that, how much would it be worth?
Life-size potato. You ever hear of that guy on YouTube?
Oh,
If you check out his channel, he's got one. I don't know if he says how much it's worth, but I'm sure you can just,
that's his name, Life Size Potato?
yeah.
Life Size Potato. Dardic. He has a video on it?
Yeah.
Oh, he has videos on a lot of really unique firearms.
Yeah.
Matiba. There's the Dardic. I can't check it out now, but I'm definitely gonna check it out later. Wow, these are very unique handguns. Oh, he's got the Dardic 1500 also, magazine fed. There's a 1500 model as well. I'm trying to look up the magazine and the ammo that it uses. That is some weird ass looking stuff. Is that a shotgun shell for the Dardic, or is that an actual 22?
I don't know.
Oh, it's an actual 22. It's just encased in plastic or rubber mold or something?
It's in the Trowns are plastic like triangles.
Yeah, they have other calibers.
Tubes.
Yeah, they have other calibers. This is freaky stuff. Wow. There's one ammo. I don't know what caliber it is, but it looks like it has 3 bullets coming out of it. So it must be some kind of shotgun.
I don't know. You got a link?
Putting it in now. They must have a shotgun version of the Dardic.
What if they don't? And they're oh, look at that. There's a like a carbine conversion for one.
Yeah. That's in the same photo I posted?
It's in the same. If you scroll down, it's in the same group.
Oh, okay, I see it.
Images.
I see it. G-Webs must have something like that because he has his whole collection. There's some freaking unique stuff.
Of guns or the ammo?
The ammunition and the guns, but right now I'm just finding links for the ammunition.
Oh yeah,
What ammo?
for the ammo we're looking at.
For the Dardic,
Oh, for the Darlic.
the Dardic.
Dardic. Is that revolving semi-automatic magazine fed?
Yeah,
Doesn't it use Trounds? Triangular rounds?
yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah.
Trounds. That just kills me.
Who that dude has?
What happened?
Moon just posted the conversion for the rifle. Oh, that's pretty cool.
I never go anywhere without my Dardic rifle and Trounds.
You got to keep your Dardic ready to go.
Yeah.
That's a nifty conversion, I'll tell you that.
I think if I was going to get any really weird gun, I'd want a gyrojet.
What the hell is a gyrojet? I gotta look that one up.
It uses rocket projectiles.
What the hell? I'm looking at it now. What do you even call the firearms that this thing shoots out of? Oh, it's called an assault rifle. That's what they label it as.
Yeah. That was the gyrojet rifle, and they made pistols too.
Yeah. That's some big ammunition.
Oh yeah, the problem with them was at really close range they hadn't accelerated enough. So the guy was within 20 feet, it was just going to bounce off him, I guess.
So
Maybe.
basically like a Spitfire also for just a really big bullet.
Yeah.
Who invented that?
But I mean, the thing was, if you look at it with micro technology, you could make it guided. That would be pretty badass.
Which country is that from?
Here.
Yeah, it's from America.
Is it?
Uh,
They must have been tripping.
Clyde Farrell rocket machine gun. That's what they call it. Clyde Farrell invented it.
3, 2, 1, liftoff. Pew.
Kind of cool in space.
Yeah, I'd want it for space.
But I mean, a regular bullet works too, almost perfectly. So.
You think? In space? I don't know.
If you look at the mechanism on the barrel, it operates like a 50 AE.
Did the Russians shoot a gun in space? Didn't the Russians shoot one in space?
Does a rocket-propelled human carrier count?
No, I think they shot one like outside the space station with
Oh, no.
a robot arm.
Did they shoot it at the space station?
Maybe.
And did it have any velocity or?
I have no idea. I don't even know if what I'm remembering right now is even real. I could have dreamed it.
Yeah, that's true.
Not a dream.
You're having some vivid dreams over there, brother. Shooting ammo in space. I don't think that ever happened. They have a whole bunch of cartoon pictures and CGI. I don't see anything about it in reality. You said you thought it was the Russians that did it?
What's up, everybody?
Yo.
So, how things out there in beautiful, sunshiny, warm Pennsylvania?
They're okay.
Just okay?
Come on, man.
Didn't sound very motivating.
Alright. Deciding if I want to sell my AR pistol.
Why would you do that?
I posted it like back in November, but nobody even messaged me until a couple days ago, and then they messaged me again this morning. So I told them that I'll let them know by Friday.
What kind of AR pistol is it?
AR-15 kind of pistol.
Oh, one of those.
Yeah.
Those are super rare these days. Smart ass. No. What I was asking is, like, you know, what are the receivers like? Are they like Anderson receivers or Palmetto State?
It's an Aero Precision receiver with carries guns upper.
Cool. What kind of buffer tube you got on that thing?
A pistol buffer too.
Great. You got the kind with the freaking foamy bicycle handle shit on it? Yeah.
There's already a stick brace on it.
Oh,
If
okay.
you want it off,
You have to cut it
Good luck.
off.
good luck.
That's right. Okay, we were talking about that. I'm sorry. My bad. Get a hot.
But anyway, the price is $450. That's, you think that's good or too not enough?
Well, I mean, it depends on, like, are you just selling the gun or are you selling everything that you have on the gun with it?
I'm selling it as like a whole gun, like with a mag and the sights, not the red dot, but the Fat Defense sights, backup sights, charging handle, the bolt carry group.
You built it or you bought it?
I bought the upper complete, the lower complete, and
You put it together and put the sights on it.
basically, and a bolt carrier group from Stag. That's hard chromed, but I don't know if I added all that together and tried to sell it for even a little less than how much I paid for it. It's not. No one's gonna pay that much. You can build your own or buy one.
Yeah, but I mean, 450 is not a bad price. I mean, seriously. I mean, Arrow makes good lowers. I don't know what the place used for their parts for the uppers, but
I mean, I think that lower was like 150. So that's all I'd be losing out on, I guess.
I got
Sights
a
were a gift.
I got
they
a
were free.
got a stripped AR lower from them for Arrow Precision for it was like $100, right at $100 out the door. Maybe like 110 out the door, because I got all the California bullshit out here I had to deal with.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh yeah, and the
Yeah,
SIG
well,
brace.
Oh yeah, and the SIG brace. Oh,
How much are
yeah,
SIG
I'm-
braces nowadays?
Like 60?
Yeah,
new
like the
ones.
new ones. The new ones are like 160. Flippy City found one for 150.
Artisan Tony has a pink one. If you want to buy it, contact him soon before he destroys it.
No thanks.
Okay, just checking. I think he said he got it at a Walmart or one of the big box stores for $60.
$60.
Yeah, 60 or 65.
Well, if Artisan
He had a
Tony,
video. on it.
if Artisan Tony wants to be a really cool dude, he could send it to Pink Panther. He could send it to Pinks.
Oh, that's true. It is pink after all.
Holy shit. He would like that.
I think he would.
Dude, you're just
Someone
like a
email
black gun with
Artisan
all
Tony
pink furniture.
before he destroys it.
Yeah, I think he said he was
Freaking-
going to do a torture test.
I want to see Pink put it on his 300 blackout pistol.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be kind of cool if you got that and did like a bunch of like pink accents on it and shit. It would match his holster and his. Well, no, because even his guns are pretty much.
So
black.
those fucking braces are still that much money?
Yeah,
Damn.
sorry.
Oh, the new ones are. The new ones are like 160 to 260, depending on where you go to get it.
That's fucking insane. Mine was 150. That's crazy.
Well, he got his for 65, so I don't understand.
Now, was it just the brace itself, or I mean,
Just the
was it the
brace.
one that? Oh, that's right. Because I was thinking it might have had something to do with the Law Tactical side folding buffer tube, but
No, I don't think it had
those
that.
those are expensive. Yeah, so
I may just sell
more
the
than the
upper.
price.
I may just sell the upper for 300.
Well, I'm posting the link for the brace if you want to know where he got it. They might have ones other than the pink one. So that's the link to the video. But yeah, 150 is still expensive for it unless they come with the all the parts.
If the guy doesn't want the upper, I'll just relist just the upper.
Hey, Abby, how's it going, man? Good to see you
I
again.
want to keep my pistol lower and get a new upper for it later.
Oh, so you really don't want to sell it? You just want to sell parts?
Yeah.
So, why are you willing to sell the lower but not the?
Because I figured I would just build a whole nother one later, but I don't know. I don't feel like it.
Hey, Bob, I heard you, brother. Just waiting for a break to say hi.
I guess I can get that sig brace off with a air compressor at work or something. And
An
then
air
sell
compressor?
it. I'll sell it for like $50 or something.
How would an air compressor? Air can't get it off. It's screwed in.
Someone told me that if you put it one of them needle things on the air compressor and put it in between the buffer tube and the sig brace, you can blow it right off.
Do you want to destroy it?
No, it's not gonna get destroyed. I don't mean blow it like explode it off.
Well, I
mean,
didn't
like,
think you'd blow it like
put air between the buffer tube and the sig brace so you can slide it off.
Oh, because there's a lot of pressure there.
Yeah, the tube's too big for the sig brace.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's like on there.
I guess you could try it.
I don't see no other way. Someone else told me to like boil it.
You could use a heat gun, but that would probably melt it.
And probably
Or you
destroy
could
the
just
paint
do
job.
what you were saying you might do anyway and just cut the fucker off.
That's
Take it as a loss.
It's a big loss.
You could just sell you just take off the buffer tube assembly, and just sell it all in one piece. And I'll buy another buffer tube, put it on the back of that one.
Can you sell someone the opportunity to take it off for you?
Well, I'm sure. I mean, there's a market for everything, but I mean, Moon, do you think you could do that where you get somebody to pay you to remove it?
Exactly.
Remove what?
The brace.
Get
The
someone to
brace.
pay me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm that good. Maybe.
Don't sell yourself short. You got to do a video of you trying to get
Anybody
people to
want
pay you to remove a SIG brace.
Anybody want practice taking SIG braces off of buffer tubes? $25.
And then you got to get somebody to jump in and go, man, that's really inexpensive. Most places charge like 100.
Yeah. Certify you.
You should make it $75 for the opportunity, and if you do it, if you're successful, you get the SIG brace.
Yeah.
It's like a bonus.
There you go.
Yeah, Robbie
So-
said take the entire tube off. I think Heavy B said that too.
Yeah, just take the whole tube off and say, hey, look, we'll sell it. $100. Comes with a buffer tube. I'll even throw in the spring in the buffer, the end plate, the castle nut, and
That shit's right up to the back plate.
oh,
You know how the you know how the shape of it, the shape of the end of it is like exactly fits into the back plate. It's got that little round circle that goes into the little oval on a back plate.
Robbie said he has an extra one lying around.
I got a wrench or buffer tube wrench somewhere. I think I can get it off.
That's the one that looks like a little teardrop, right?
I never really thought of it, but I staked it and I Loctited it for some stupid reason.
So you stick
That's
it
the-
and Loctited it?
Yeah.
Wow, that fucker ain't going nowhere. Not unless you really wrench on it.
Yeah, I can get it off. It's only blue.
I'm not saying you can't. I'm not saying you can't. Just saying. That gun would not fall apart. You should just sell it as is and be like, this thing will survive a nuclear blast. And if I'm wrong, you get your money back.
What's the best pistol buffer tube? I don't want one of them CAC ones because they're all shitty inside.
Hey, Robbie, what your buffer tube? What brand is that on the gun channel side?
I want one of them little nubby buffer tubes, but then do I have to buy a special bolt carrier? I'm pretty sure.
Robbie said it's a free brand if he can find it.
Yeah, Robbie was
You
saying the
might be
same
able
thing
to-
I did. Put a heat gun on it and warm it up. And then
Yeah.
you should just be able to pull it right off. But if you leave the heat gun in certain sections for too long, I don't know if you'd melt it. I don't know what they feel like. I've never
I'm just
had
gonna
my head on a
melt,
cigarette.
melt the lower off. The top of the lower off.
Just reach in your pocket, pull out your EDC knife, and just start cutting a line right down the middle of the back of the SIG brace, and then just pull, just rip it off the tube, and then like go here's the SIG brace.
Well, parts of it at least.
No, if he does it right, he could like heat it back up and melt it back together. And
Well, if
like,
I cut it
nobody
from
would know.
the bottom, like dissecting an alien, then people can just wrap it around their buffer tube like one of them foam pads on your bike.
That is an idea.
There you
That is
go.
an idea.
The nubby buffer
this-
tube you were talking about is the one with the foam that you put against your shoulder without a
Are
brace.
you allowed to cut it off? You're not allowed to alter it. And if I cut it, then I altered it.
No,
Yeah, but if it's no longer on the firearm, it doesn't apply.
yeah.
But for like a couple seconds, it might be on the firearm while it's altered. Except when
Well,
the ATF kicks down my door.
That's when you
They're
got to
not
go
gonna-
into your basement and go into the back room and shut the light off and do it there.
yeah, because nothing says a good idea like working in the dark with a sharp blade.
Alexa tells me to get down on the floor and put my hands behind my back.
Ooh, sounds kinky.
And Siri. They both do.
Wouldn't putting a heat gun to it also destroy the paint job if you had one?
Well, if you left it on the like a spot for a long period of time, but if you went over the surface of the SIG brace, eventually the heat would cause the, I'm assuming it's rubber or a soft plastic, to become more malleable, and then you'd be able to slide it right off.
Oh, just on the brace itself. Okay.
Yeah, because all he's trying to do is get the SIG brace to expand so it can come off the buffer tube, because the buffer tube was slightly small for it.
I think Robbie said put
Oh,
it
big.
in boiling water.
That'll do it too. Yeah, he also agreed with me keeping it far away and keep the heat moving. That way you don't have to worry about damaging anything.
I don't have a heat gun, but I'm guessing they get pretty hot.
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
You can melt plastic with it. You do a lot of things with a heat gun. But if you have a hair dryer, you put it on high, and maybe that'll work.
I don't have any hair. I haven't had a hair dryer in 20 years.
Well then, for Moon though, Moon could probably get it done fairly easy. Yeah, just like remove everything, and then like put it in the oven.
I'm not doing
at
anything until I
350 for
find
45
out
minutes.
who makes these little nubby buffer tubes.
Those are the ones with the foam on the outside, right?
Yeah. Some of them have it.
Some people
You need to talk to Bulldog on the
use
YouTube.
those nubby tubes by themselves, right?
Are you talking about the ones with the freaking fluting in them?
No.
No. Oh.
This one has like a fucking QD thing on the back of it.
Oh, okay.
It's not even like a QD. It looks like one of those little peg sling swivels that you screw in. I don't like that.
Could jump back over here because I thought you were screen sharing something, and evidently I was wrong.
Gunsmoke Enterprises.
Sounds cool. Let's look at it. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's what you're talking about. One of those things.
If you want a whole kit, you could be like $30. If you want just the tube itself, it's like $6. Brownell
that.
have it.
I just get a standard pistol buffer tube.
275, and it's what the hell's going on in this picture?
The spring goes over, I'm assuming,
The back of the carrier.
the bolt. Yeah, the back of the bolt carrier, rather than having a buffer in the way. You know, so the buffer spring would be acting kind of like a guide rod spring, I guess.
That's weird.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like it.
So what else is going on inside there? Nothing.
Looks like somebody took
Just
a
a spring.
pipe. Yeah, just a spring.
The spring on the tube. That's it.
The spring, the carrier smacking the back of the tube the whole time.
And the round ring.
Oh,
If you look at it, the back plate is tactically positioned behind the castle nut.
They have one that's actually made for both right hand and left handers. Mil spec.
it's just so it doesn't fall off when they ship it to you.
I like the one Matt has on his. Just standard tube with a freaking
There's got to be a better company that
10
makes
speed
a
drip.
reliable one.
I mean, it's not that hard. Even if you get one that's crappy, you can go through, smooth that shit out. Fucking, it's a tube for a spring.
I'm talking
You
about
know, it's
this mini tube.
ATI has one for $40, anodized.
it doesn't look bad.
I don't know if you care for ATI. Spike's Buffer has one too.
I like that rail in that picture you posted, Robbie. It looks very similar to Matt's, actually. I like that setup. I like the buffer too, but the rest of the gun is fine.
How did the buffer tubes go from $30 to almost $200? That's just the brand name.
Oh shit, Dano's at fucking tactical response right now.
Yeah.
Dead foot pistol. What the hell is that?
I'll be right back.
Yep.
I don't know if you want to spend this much money, but there's a link to a pretty cool buffer tube. And you can shoulder it too. Hey, Dano's online. What's up, Dano? What are you guys watching, Dano? "13 hours." I don't even think I heard of that.
The movie?
Yeah. Oh, it's a 2016. Oh, it's about Benghazi. Okay, looks decent. Maybe I'll watch it.
All right, what I miss?
Dano's on. He was just mentioning a movie, 13 Hours. Robbie said something about, will there be a Stack and Jack? I don't know what that is either, Dano. Watch the other guys. Ha ha ha.
I'm assuming that's something to do with maybe uh, aggressive wrestling.
Elephant circles. I've never heard of Stack and Jack. It's Dirty Mike and the Boys. Oh, Dirty Mike. That's from the other guys.
Oh yeah, the movie, the other guys.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll watch that tonight also. Okay. I totally forgot about all these good movies I watched. God knows one. That's one thing I don't understand, how people are able to do that kind of stuff. Like Matt talks about the movies, like older movies, and all you guys mention movies you watched as you were kids and stuff. I don't remember shit about movies. So I can't even get into that conversation. Hey, Nodak, what's up?
Hola, Nodak. ¿Cómo estás? Don't ask me why I did that. I just did.
It sounded good coming from you.
No, thank you. I appreciate that.
Makes me want to go have a glass of wine.
You still in Arizona, Heavy?
No, I'm in Cali. I'm back in Cali.
You have a good time?
Oh yeah. Got together
What's
with
going on,
You find somewhere to live?
That fucking movie, dude, I swear.
Oh my god, that's too much. I gotta watch that movie over again.
Yeah, no doubt.
I think I'll go onto the grocery store and grab some buttered popcorn. Oh shit, it's almost 10 o'clock here.
Oh yeah.
Where the hell did time go?
Fuck if I know.
Nice. Well, at least we all learned a valuable lesson as to what Stack and Jack means.
That's true. And Dano, have fun, brother.
Yeah, definitely. Just no photos, please. Yeah, I think Dano left already. I think they're curling up in the on the couch together under the blankets.
It's a good possibility.
But that's all I'm gonna say about that. We don't want to put any pictures in anybody's minds. All right, so I'm gonna have to search for the other guys online so I could watch it.
He just don't know what that is, but there won't be any of that. Good answer, Dano. Good answer.
Oh, he's still here. Okay. Dano, we're not judging, brother. You got to say it with a heavy voice, Dano. Hey, Heavy B,
Yo.
can you say I'm always listening with a heavy voice?
I'm always listening.
Okay, that was creepy. That was good, though. I think that's
Well,
what
I'm
that-
always listening is kind of a creepy thing to say, so wouldn't it make sense?
this
I can
is-
do it like this. I'm always listening.
Yeah, that's not as bad. I think that's what Dano meant, though.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. Okay, he said it with like a screeching voice. Listen to me. I'm always listening.
I'm always listening.
Damn it.
13 Hours is a good movie though. So I'm surprised they're not watching Jaeger's flick, Daylight's End.
Did he actually finish that thing? I saw parts of it.
Oh no, he was only in the beginning of the movie. He was like he had a cameo, pretty much, an extended cameo. No, just a cameo.
Okay.
But yeah, he was like right at the beginning of the movie.
And what about his documentary? Did he ever finish that, or is that still ongoing?
Honestly, on that one, I don't know.
I watched a couple of things, but it didn't look like it was over, so I didn't know if it was done or not. It was actually pretty good.
I never even knew he was doing a documentary.
Yeah, well, he did it about guns. So he a couple of his YouTube, he did a couple of YouTube videos on it, and him traveling and the places they went and the people they interviewed.
Well, I know he went to Remington because his boy Billy was working there at one point, and then he went to a couple other places. But yeah, it never turned into like a big traveling the country, going to all the firearms facilities or whatever.
I watched it. I thought it was pretty good, and it just died from there. I haven't seen anything about it since then. Like a whole like a one big film.
Well, I don't think it was meant to be like a big film, but if that's the case, maybe he just either lost interest in it, or he's still working on it, or he lost funding for it.
Yeah, that's
Those
true.
things, shooting that kind of shit's expensive.
Yeah. Plenty of possibilities. Dano,
Holy
you can find out
dog
for us. What happened?
Fucking Gavin just popped up. Get in here, Jarhead, if you're listening, you motherfucker. I ain't talked to you in a bit. Gavin's a fellow Marine. He was hanging around. He's hanging around a lot when Flippy was on all the time. And then,
Respect.
had a kid and got married, I think, right? You got married, right?
God bless.
Working. So
I'm not military, but I got respect for each and every one of you.
well, everybody does their part, brother, just in a different way. That's all.
Copy that.
Yeah, I remember Haas. I remember the same thing, Dano. Haas was going to do the same thing, but didn't do much with it.
Well, Haas hangs around over there a lot. Maybe Dano will see him.
That's across the country. Haas lives up in like Washington or Oregon, unless he moved.
I've seen a lot of videos of him over there, so you never know.
Oh, he did take a lot of classes over there, so.
Yeah. Well, I was just telling him, Dano, if he sees him, tell him to get a move on with that.
And Gavin ran away. I mentioned him and he fucking ran.
Son of a bitch. Haas took your money. Haha.
Haas took our money. How do you take your guys' money?
He was getting funding. I think it was crowdfunding.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure. Haas is a good guy. He can have it. You got any plans for next week for Mother's Day?
Well, probably going over to my mom's house for Mom's Day. And within a day or two of that, or later on that day, I have a friend who her birthday is on Mother's Day, so she'll probably want to go do something too. So I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, nice. It's a day you get to spend with your mom, so it's always a good day.
Oh yeah, I was just over at my mom and dad's house last night. I just got back in Arizona Friday, late Friday. I had to work, and then after work, I went over to the mom and dad's, chilled
Nice.
out for a bit.
How's the traffic on the Arizona roads where you have to drive on a weekend?
Well, I haven't really been there on a weekend lately. I went down Wednesday, Thursday, and I went down that Thursday, Friday. And Friday was Cinco de Mayo, but we left closer to 7. So traffic was pretty much, there wasn't really much traffic.
Oh, okay, so it's not like a big city area where you go out right before the weekend on the weekend and you're just flooded with fumes everywhere.
Okay, Phoenix, like around rush hour, gets that way, but it's not like LA or like
Oh,
New
God,
York
no.
or fucking Boston. It's a big area, but it's not as big as like I said, LA, New York, or Boston, or anything like that. So, I mean, traffic did get jammed up a little bit, but there was also an accident. It was at rush hour, and it didn't last long, like 20 minutes, and you were through it. Just nothing.
Yeah, here in New York, right before the weekends, on the weekends, and right through the weekend, it's not even worth getting in the car at all.
I'm just gonna say, take the subway.
Fuck the subway. After you do the subway for so many years and you get a card, trust me, you don't go back to the subway. You fucking carry your car on your back just so you don't have to take the subway.
What part of New York you in?
City.
Oh, right on. I've made deliveries into that area when I was a truck driver. Not a pleasant experience.
Not a lot of things are pleasant in the city.
Boston wasn't so bad though. When I worked up in Boston, I lived in New Hampshire. I worked up in Boston. I shot the 93 down, took the Orange Line in. Their train system's not that bad.
You're talking about the highways, though, not the actual transit system.
Oh no! I take the Orange Line. Okay, I take the 93 from Manchester, New Hampshire, to just outside of Boston, and then I'd hop on the Orange Line, and we would run their transit system into I guess the business district of Boston.
Okay.
And that's when I was doing security at the access control at like the JFK and stuff, because they contracted their stuff out back in the day.
Nice.
So it's not that it was glorified TSA agents. That's all they were.
Listen, a job is a job.
Yeah, I mean, I liked it. It wasn't that bad. I'm a west side of the United States kind of person. The food was great. The people weren't that bad. The scenery was beautiful. It just wasn't home for me, so I came back.
I wish you would have gotten me while you were at it. Not to California, though, when you move.
Oh, I'm going to AZ. Be happy there.
Are you all set up to go, or are you still doing research?
Okay. I got the place locked down, and I thought I had the job locked down. I still pretty sure I do. It's just there's some kind of glitch in the fucking paperwork, and I gotta fix it. I mean, it's not a big deal. I mean, and if that, because I'm just transferring from one store to another, and then, I mean, so then they have a bunch of different stores in that area, so I could just transfer to any of them at any point. So if this one fucks off, I can just call up the other one managers that wanted me to go work for them and say, "Hey, okay, it's your turn. See what you can do." It literally took me like a week just to, well, that's when I like put out the apps like a week later, I had like most of the stores in that area calling me. So I was like, all right, cool. Yeah, talk to my bosses, let them know. So yeah, it's cool. I'm pretty sure everything's fine. I think it's probably going to be a good thing though. But we'll see. I don't want to fucking jinx myself. So
We're crossing our fingers for you.
one way or the other, I'm going. So
I hear you. I wish I could go with you. I wish I could go with anybody to get out of New York.
freaking, they're like, I think everybody in Arizona is hiring at this point in time, or at least in the Phoenix area, Phoenix, Mesa, Tempe, all that stuff. I just saw an ungodly amount of job listings out there. So
How was the living opportunities?
it's not bad. For what I'm paying now in Southern California, much nicer environment.
Definitely more affordable.
Yeah, it's definitely like, okay, like if you were to shill out a G for an apartment out here, you'd get a 2-bedroom in a area. Over there, 1,000 gets you, well, under 1,000, and you get a really nice fucking place in a really solid, decent community. So,
Well, in New York, you can't even get a house for 1,000.
yeah. That's the problem. The cost of living there is so freaking expensive. And if you're living in the city, that's even fucking worse. That's like moving into downtown LA or downtown San Diego.
Well, there are a lot of areas. There are a lot of areas around the city, around Manhattan, that people are moving to because it's cheaper. But because so many people are moving to those areas right now, it's almost more than halfway of what Manhattan prices are anyway.
Oh yeah, supply and demand.
Yeah.
And people are like, I want to save money by moving there, and all of a sudden it starts to become a trend spot where people are hitting it. Then property values are going to increase, and so when property values increase, rent or mortgages increases. Yeah, everything increases.
I spoke to people that moved to Queens, which is right across the water from Manhattan, that moved to nicer areas, which are about 45 minutes from me. And they said they were paying like $4,500 a month in Manhattan, and now they're paying like 25 or 3 for a 2 or 3 bedroom.
That's
whereas in Manhattan, they literally had they didn't even have a bedroom. Their apartment didn't even have a bedroom.
Studio. Okay.
Yeah.
I was looking at a couple of studios too. I mean, I like the idea of a studio. I don't have a lot of stuff, so whatever. In fact, everything but the front door. Take the doors the fuck off. I don't need them.
Right. You have small studios and you have big studios. Also, before I moved to where I am now, I had a small studio, and the one main room, aside from the kitchen and the bathroom, it was a huge room, but it was considered still a small studio. But I didn't have a lot of stuff, so it was doable at the time. But I think I paid for my studio where I wasn't the nicest of places, and I think I only paid like $775, something like that.
Fucking Brooklyn or the Bronx?
No, in Queens.
In Queens. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm not doing the Bronx, that's for sure. You can pay me to take an apartment there, I wouldn't take it.
Is that bad, huh?
It's not for me.
Gotcha. Damn it. All right, I gotta ask you, and you're probably gonna laugh at me for asking you, but have you been to a Graciti's or the Graciti's, whatever? I don't know. I guess it's supposed to be a bodega someplace.
No,
in
it's a
Brooklyn.
supermarket. There's one like every other 3 blocks in the city.
Oh, really? Oh, shit. See?
Yeah.
I don't know. I heard it once in a movie, and I was like, "Is that a real fucking thing?" And then I guess it is.
You know, it's a supermarket in Manhattan on the it's like in the less businessy areas of the city. So where more townhouses and big buildings where people are living, not necessarily working, are. So like the Lower East Side, the Upper West Side, you know, the further places away from the businesses. It's one of those places where the bus goes and you go shopping and then you have to take the bus or grab a car service to go back home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's real. It's not a store where you could say like, oh yeah, Al Pacino played a movie there.
Actually, where I heard it was in that movie Knockaround Guys. And I was like, that always just stuck in my head. And then fucking, I actually heard it a couple other times and a couple other things, and I was like, is that really a fucking thing? Or are they just copying each other? But evidently, it's a real thing.
Well, if I ever go to Arizona when you're there, I'll stop off by Graciti's and buy something for you.
Right on. If I'm ever in New York, I'll stop by and get something too. Yeah, I guess the big thing out in Arizona is Fry's.
Is that a company or a food?
It's a company. It's like a grocery store.
Oh, okay.
It'd be like I don't know if you guys got Aldi's out there or whatever, but
No,
that's what
I don't think we have.
Costco or something like that.
Well, we
But
have
not
Costco.
bulk. But I don't think it's like bulk. It's just supposed to be like a really big store that I guess has everything in it. Kind of like, I know Stater Brothers is a big grocery store chain. And then I've never been into one yet. So I've seen them a few times when I was down there, but they're like, you want to go walk around in it? Because I was asking about it. And I'm like, no, not really. But, you know, at least I know where it's at and where to go. So
Whenever I go out of New York and I'm going either to PA or New Jersey or Long Island, I always go, hey, there's that, you know, that store you saw in the commercial, because you don't see that stuff in New York. But if you go up in West New York, if you go upstate, or if you go to New Jersey or Pennsylvania, you'll see all those stores that they talk about on the commercials. AMD, a Fry's food. There is a Fry's Electronics. Thanks, G-Webs. Don't ask me why, but I'm Googling that stuff now. You're going to be next to G-Webs in Arizona?
no, I'm going to be I guess it's 2 hours away.
Okay, that's not bad. You can do the whole series with G-Webs on the ammo and find out about that. What's that weird gun we were talking about? The Dick? The Ram Dick? What's that firearm we were talking about?
Oh, the fucking magazine fed revolver.
The Hard Dick.
Yeah.
It just sounds wrong saying it, but it's so funny.
I don't think that's something two guys should say that they're looking for together.
Hey, let's go find the Hard Dick together. Yeah, maybe not. Okay.
Oh shit. Hey G, you still out there?
Yeah, he's typing in the gun channel side.
Yeah, it's I just know there's a few second delay. I guess I could stop being lazy and actually type, but
Well,
fuck that.
you have issues with the website because every time I'm on this website, it always seems to, what I don't know, the way it moves, it seems to be creeping sometimes. So I don't know if it's my computer or if it's the website.
I think it's I don't know, maybe it's the because I do Wi-Fi, so if I lag or whatever, you know, it just I just assume it's me. Plus, I have an old freaking laptop, so
Yeah, I got an old one too. You're not the cool kid on the block. I got an old crappy laptop also.
well, let's see. Well, I don't know. Actually, mine's an Asus, like an Asus or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
Not an Acer, the ASUS. Um, I mean, for the money, they're not bad. They really aren't. I just, for what I do, they're perfect because I am not techno savvy.
You don't need to be. You can get a laptops you can get for $300. You don't need fancy $1,300 gamer thing. G-Web says he loves a mineshaft.
He's definitely pro mineshaft.
Yeah. Is it okay for guys to be talking about mineshafts like that also? Send a drone to explore. G-Webs, as soon as I make $1 million, I'll get a drone.
No, you don't need anything fancy. I mean, $300 to get you a decent drone.
One of the ones you see on YouTube being crashed every 5 minutes.
Yeah. Well, I guess it takes practice or something. I don't know.
I would crash mine 100 times if it ever got up after the 5th.
Do they allow drones in New York?
I actually honestly don't know.
Only drones that are allowed in New York are the ones the government are controlling.
Really?
I have no clue.
I was going to say, it actually doesn't sound too far-fetched.
You don't put anything past the government.
They love you. Do they allow you that much freedom out in California to have a drone?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Hashinazi uses a drone almost all the time. Or I don't know, maybe he phased out of them by now, but he drones all over the place.
He sends it out in search of other mine shafts.
I'm kind of curious, where did the whole thing about the mine shaft come from there, Z?
I don't know. The island said something. If one ends up with a mine shaft on property, what do you do? Almost dying okay or dying not okay?
Dying not okay.
Then G-Web said, I am pro mine shaft. Send a drone to explore.
And then Z just said it'll need a kick-ass light. So
That's some serious lighting.
have to get one of those drones with a camera and a light mount next to it, so you can rotate, and that way the light always stays with the camera.
And a little rocket right under that to make sure you send it in the right place. You don't want to shove it in somewhere where it doesn't belong, right?
That's true.
Straight out of Nunio effing beeswax.
Yeah. Whatever.
right, it's after 10. I gotta be up early. I gotta bounce. You guys have a good night.
Talk to you later, John. Nice meeting you, by the way. I don't know if we've ever been in a chat together before, but
I think this is the first time. I see you all the time in the Mats chat, but I don't usually join those because you talk about the movies and I don't remember anything about scenes in movies and TV shows. And so
I got you. I got you on that. But hey, it's still nice talking to you. I'm
Nice
sure we'll
talking
run
to
into
you
each
as
other
well.
again.
Copy that. Well, hopefully you'll see you in the next Mats chat.
See you, John.
I should be there.
All right. Sounds good.
Later.
Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah, later.
Peace.
G-Webs has left us a link. I hope I'm not about to get rickrolled. I would have to say that that would be a really fucking weird thing. Go to step out your back door and almost fall in. That would suck balls.
That would.
Although it would intrigue curiosity in me, and I would rig up some kind of pulley system, and then I would send a camera down on a pulley just to see what was down there. Well, then that makes it even worse. There's the why. We have another link.
So what is this about Haas UMC taking money for a documentary that he never produced?
I actually have no idea.
It wasn't a documentary about the Minuteman of America, was it?
Again, I have no idea. I guess according to Dan, he was going to do a documentary on guns or something, and it's not finished, or it hasn't got done yet, or something, or he never received the funding to do it.
I bet Dano's hanging out in the team room, swapping war stories with all the other operators there.
Well, according to Dano, they were watching 13 hours, so.
So you picked a fine time to move to the American Southwest?
Why do you say that?
Well, it's only like getting blazing hot there now.
When I was out there, it was 106. It wasn't that bad.
What? It's only May. Are you kidding me?
I don't know. I like I told G-Webs and them, I really like the dry heat.
The dry heat is much better than the humid heat. I will give you that.
I could literally feel like the fluid and like in the air when I got back home compared to being out in Arizona for a couple of days. I was like, wow. Freaking. Of course, it could be just mental too, so.
But I feel like you got to be drinking water when you're in the desert and it gets over 80. Like water, you might as well just tap an IV into your vein. Just hang it off of a bracket on your shoulder or some shit, because you will turn into a prune right fast.
Actually, well, I drink a lot of water anyway, so I normally drink about a gallon a day. So I imagine I'll probably kick it up to about a gallon and a half, 2 gallons a day.
Yeah, I mean, the elevation in Arizona is fairly low, so you don't have like the sun radiation effects as much as you do in the high desert when you go north.
Yeah.
Like Reno is 5,000 feet in elevation. That's almost a mile high. So you get that closer to the sun kind of thing. But yeah, I definitely noticed a difference when it was like 80 in the Bay Area of NorCal, and I went out to Reno, and it was like 70 or 75. It felt like it might as well have been 55 because it was just so much more pleasant with that dry air, that clean, dry air. You can breathe, you can sweat. You don't even sweat; it just evaporates. You're just like instantly.
I've always been a sweater, so I still sweat, but yeah, you're right. It does evaporate fairly quickly. The shooting range we were at Mesa, Rio Salado shooting range. I guess it's supposed to be somewhere around 3,300 feet elevation. So.
Well, it's not sea level, but.
Like, I think I'm around 2,000 feet, maybe.
Really?
Where I'm at right now in Southern California. So, I mean, it's a little higher up, but I mean, well, that area was anyway. But the dry heat's definitely just, I don't know. I like it better.
Yeah, I still think you're not going to be going outside much once it's over 100 plus. But anyways, there's air conditioning and
air conditioning is nice. I will admit, getting out of the heat and going into the air conditioning is always a nice thing.
There's also nighttime.
Well, like it's like Bob and G-Webs came up to visit for a little bit, and it was like around 70. It was nice, you know. Granted, it's also spring, you know, so I'm not expecting it to be like that all the time because even the nights are hot in Arizona. I remember that much. During the summer, anyway. But yeah, we kicked it out by the pool of the hotel I was at for a little bit. It was nice. It wasn't bad. I mean, if we would have had drinks there, we wouldn't have gone and got coffee and stuff, you know. But we didn't have drinks, so we went and got coffee.
Yeah, it's only going to get hotter for another month at least, month and a half, 2 months at the most, and then hopefully it'll start to cool off again. But
I don't know if it's anything if it's anything like out here. Like August is when it really starts to get hot down here in like my area. Like
Right.
August are generally like one of the hottest months we have.
Yeah, you get that Indian summer going on into September. But well, I mean, it's you know, you try and plan as much as you can, and then life takes over and sets a schedule of its own. That's what I've discovered. But yeah, I'm also planning to move in June, and it's a good time for me. And I don't, you know what? I don't really care about weather so much anymore. I've kind of given up on trying to be comfortable. I just like being outside, and whatever it has to offer is good to go. Island Z is saying he's at about 15 feet above mean sea level, and I'm currently at 100 feet above mean sea level. So that's pretty much the same. So you know, if it's a consistent type atmosphere, then that's very comfortable. You know, middle latitudes kind of thing, temperate zone.
When I was stationed in Hawaii, it was extremely nice. Like a slight exaggeration. Winter, shorts, t-shirt, socks and shoes. Summer, tank top, if you're wearing a shirt, shorts and sandals. You know, that's how it was for me. It was nice. The weather was beautiful. But so you're gonna move to Reno?
Yeah, there's a bunch of opportunities around there, and I don't know exactly what I'm going to do, but I've got plenty of options, and again, plenty of opportunities. And the winter time is not a good time to try and build anything. So summertime, I'm gonna get out there, kind of settle in, and then see if I can get through a winter at 5,000 feet elevation.
You'll be able to. If you go hiking up in the mountains and stuff, you'll be able to handle it.
Yeah, I'll be fine. It's just a big change from what I have been experiencing for the past 2 decades. So I'm under no delusions that I'm going to be in for a little bit of a shock, but I have had a chance to go out there and you know, live it for fits and bursts, and you know what? It's all right. So
have you gone up there
for a few months? What's that?
Have you gone up there during the winter? Like during the winter?
This past winter, I was up there every 2 weeks.
Sounds like you're gonna love it, because if you keep going back, you must like it.
No, I mean, I kind of had to acclimate to it, because like a year ago, I was going out there, whatever, and I didn't want to be there. I'd stay at a hotel or whatever, and I wouldn't go there in January or February. I'd wait till March to go out there. But this year I went out there, you know, from October through now, like every 2 weeks, a month at most. And I camped out. I only stayed at a hotel 1 night, 2 nights, 2 nights, 1 stay. And it was, you know, it was right in in the heart of the winter, but I was just kind of like checking in, like, okay, this is what the city is like. This is what smoky casino hotel is like. And I played a shit ton of blackjack, and I got to go through that motion once in a while. But
my sister would. She's
yeah,
a travel nurse. She was up in Reno last year or the year before, or whatever. I can't remember, but she said she really liked it. She's probably going to end up going back there eventually because she travels
there's
around.
A
from
lot of
place
good
to place.
people there, I gotta say, and it's kind of like an enclave. It's kind of got that hometown feel. It's not. It's the biggest little city in the world, right?
I was just thinking that, yeah.
So, yeah, it's got that feel, really homey, really down to earth. People are nice, which is cool.
It's amazing how nice people are in Arizona too. I haven't met one asshole in Arizona yet, and I'm not saying I'm not going to. And so my focus group is actually a fairly small test subject, but so far, yeah, it's been fucking great out there and easy. So I don't know. We'll see. I'm actually looking forward to it. I'm extremely excited to get down there and just get started living down there. That'd be great. So when's your projected move time to Reno?
End of June at the latest. I mean, I'm just whittling away a punch list at this point, and I'm selling. So June is perfect for selling property. Yeah, so that's the plan. It's a big change and it's a big deal, and invested emotionally and monetarily in the project. So yeah, I don't plan on coming back either. I've got some family in California that I'll visit, but I don't plan on coming back. This is kind of like a one-way trek that I'm on. So into the high desert I go, and yeah, there's lots to do out there. That's the thing that kills me about living in a city, even though it's like, for me, it's like the best city in the world. Like, there, you go to like a restaurant, or you go to a store, or you go to like get coffee or whatever people do in a city, but you never like have a chance to get it to a mountain, even though there are hills around here, and there's a bay and there's an ocean and there's all this stuff you can go sailing, whatever you want. But like, I never have the sense that I could just go and like climb a mountain, because that's kind of what I want to do. That's kind of where I'm headed. So Colorado is a lot like that. I think a lot of people are new to Colorado, and that's probably one of the reasons that politics are the way they are. But the Rocky Mountains, the Sierra Nevada, those are the big mountains in the United States. So I want to move inland for really just to like the second or third chapter of my life, and just go, stay, it's going to be a little tricky, not being near the ocean, not having that moisture, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to check it out. I'm going to try it. And, there's a ton of freedom out there. And so Colorado may have been spoiled by the Californians, but we can probably save Nevada, and Arizona is definitely, a freedom loving state. And we have Idaho and Montana and Utah, and perhaps we can save New Mexico, and the great majority of the West, including Washington and Oregon, are still freedom loving states.
Fucking Z says we're low, evidently. I'm assuming he meant loco, but he was like, about time for the woods again. all y'all are Lolo when he's laughing his ass off. So, actually, that's one of the things I was going to do out there. They got a lot of hiking trails and stuff out in the Mesa area. Oh, actually, all over that area. And I'm going to delve into the whole like desert thing, see what I can work from it. Oh, Lolo is Hawaiian. I don't remember that one. I remember Barney and Howley. Yeah, Loco. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, they got, I don't know. I like the desert too, so we're going to check it out. I'm actually kind of excited. Yes, very excited. Gonna be happy when I get out that way.
Yeah, we could have a couple enclaves in Arizona. We could have the G, Z, and Bob enclave, and then we could have the Jimmy, Heavy, and Angry enclave in northern Arizona.
Yeah, well, freaking, that's right. I forgot. The Angry's moving this way, or moving that way. I'm talking like I'm already there. Let's not forget Bulldog. Aaron, he's out there in AZ2. He's a YouTube guy. You're always in the YouTube chats, aren't you?
No, I watched some of them.
I thought I'd seen you over on the YouTube side a few times. But
Yeah, I watched like the the really popular ones like Hit or Miss, Tuesday nights 9 o'clock.
Nice. Mentioning it on Matt's chat, Bulldog sent me an email and was asking my price range and stuff. He was going to help me out. And I was down there, me, Jimmy, and Bulldog got together and went shooting again. And fucking cool dude, man. I'm telling you, he's a nice guy, super awesome person. And he's got a really nice collection. Just saying that, just throwing it out there. Freaking, yeah, I don't know. I had a great time. I know it's not going to be like that all the time. It'll be like anywhere you go. After 6 months, it just turns into home. You know, you get into your routine and all that stuff. But I'm hoping to make it a little bit different this time. Seeing as I don't really know that area, I didn't really grow up out that way. This will give me a chance to explore. There's already a lot of things I want to go check out.
Yeah, and if you get adventurous, you can head out to New Mexico and check out the Red Dawn rocks.
That would be cool. Some of the things I want to do in Mesa are obviously the hiking trails. And then like in the Phoenix, Tempe area, they have, and Mesa area, they have some attractions I'd like to go look at. And then obviously I'd like to cruise down to Tucson and check that out a couple of times. And then I would like to go back to, I want to go to Old Tucson, but I guess evidently it's closed, but I guess you can walk around it or whatever. But Old Tucson's where they shot all the John Wayne movies and a bunch of Westerns and stuff. G-Webs was telling me that's closed down, so I probably missed my window of opportunity there, but I could probably go look around and see, you know, look through the fence or something, just to say I've been there. And then go down toward Tombstone and check out where they have the rebuilt Tombstone and then go to the actual historic Tombstone. Check that out. That'd be cool. And then obviously I like to go up to Prescott and see if they have any of the old West history up that way too. I like the old West, so
So I was wondering about the titty bars. Did you have a chance to do a little bit of reconnaissance on the titty bars in Phoenix while you were visiting?
No, I didn't. I'm not a big titty bar guy. I've done that. Hell, I used to fucking bounce on titty bars. I'm kind of wore out on all that shit. I mean, there's a lot of fucking drama and bullshit that goes on places like that. And I don't know, just not me anymore.
I thought that was kind of funny. But yeah, that's sounds like a good plan. I definitely want to check out Tucson. I've only really been to northern Arizona where the Grand Canyon is, and only 3 times to go to the Grand Canyon. But yeah, I'd like to check out southern Arizona in wintertime and get out there. There's a park out there what is it, east of Tucson, whose name I can't remember, but it's a huge park with a bunch of mountains, and yeah, I mean there's a lot of cool landscape out there that people just don't really explore because they're going to the Grand Canyon if they're going to Arizona. That's a big one.
Now, when you oh, go
tourist
ahead.
attraction.
Oh yeah,
but, you go ahead.
I was just say when you went to the Grand Canyon, did you go up the 15 and cut across and then go down, or did you shoot across the 40 and go up by Flagstaff?
Well, okay, let's see here. When I was just a youngin', we flew into Vegas and we drove from Vegas. And then when I drove cross country, when I moved to California 20 years ago, we drove by the highway. It's probably the 10, I'm guessing. I have to look at a map, but we drove, towards that area.
Where did you live?
I lived in Massachusetts.
Okay, so you probably came down the 40 actually.
Well,
that ran across the
we
northern.
we went to Texas, and then up through Carlsbad or wherever the hell Bob was just at, Roswell. We went through there, and then cut straight across to the Grand Canyon from there. So I think it was the 10 or the 15 or whatever the hell.
I think what you're describing is when you hit Texas. When you went through Texas, do you remember if you were going through the Panhandle, like up top by Amarillo? I know it's 20 years ago, probably.
Now. All right, here we go.
Because if you went through Amarillo or you came down through Oklahoma City and then through Amarillo, and you went through Roswell, I believe that's off the 40. So, because the 40 then goes up through Flagstaff, and then just north of that is the Grand Canyon.
All right, got the map running, and let's see here. We came in from New Orleans through Beaumont, had lunch. What is that? That's the 10. And then we went to Austin.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
One long 10-hour day. And that was okay. I think we went north from Austin. Shit. Texas is huge. All right, wait a second. We went west from Austin. And up through Pecos. We camped out somewhere up here. Guadalajara. What is this? Guadalajara? I don't know what this is. We camped out there somewhere in northwest Texas, and then we went into the Carlsbad Caverns, and we checked that out. and then we went to White Sands.
Oh, was that cool?
Oh shit, yeah. I mean, as far as I was concerned, that was the only thing to see in New Mexico in my early 20s. But yeah, so I guess we were on the 70, and then what did we do? We went, I guess we went to the 10, although I can neither confirm nor deny that. Maybe we went north on 25 to the 60. Shit. That's probably what we did. Because, yeah, or maybe we went to the 40. Did we go to Albuquerque? No. We went north from Las Cruces on the 25 to the 60, and we just drove and drove and drove. And we must have camped somewhere. Holy Christmas. The desert Southwest is enormous. But yeah, we must have gone up 191 to the 40. I'm guessing we went through Flagstaff. We spent a marathon day driving through the western part of New Mexico and the eastern part of Arizona. Yeah, we did actually get to the Grand Canyon and we camped. Yeah, we went up into the Grand Canyon on 64. We camped. We didn't camp. We stayed at one of the cottages they have there, motel or whatever they have there. And then we took a helicopter tour the next day, and then drove to Las Vegas that same day.
Wow.
Yeah, we
You
did
guys covered a
the
lot of
whole
ground
U.S.
fairly quickly.
We did the whole U.S. in 10 days, from Massachusetts to San Francisco. And we only camped once, and that place was right there up in northwestern Texas somewhere, Guadalajara or some fucking, yeah, there it is, Guadalupe Mountains National Park. Right there on the 62. So yeah, we did go through Las Cruces and through the Consequences, and then, well, I thought the coolest part of the drive was that Route 60. We just headed off through like Basin and Range, pinyon forests. That was so cool out in the middle of nowhere. And my friend's Hyundai Elantra.
That was a small car back then.
Yeah, it was a $5,000 car. We hauled ass across country with everything we owned.
I actually made a similar drive, but I just went from Manchester, New Hampshire. I stopped in St. Louis for a little to visit my sister, and then I shot straight through to California. And it was just me. And I was in a little Mazda 323 hatchback. And I didn't have that much stuff, so it wasn't that big a deal. But it was still fun. I had a good time doing it. Like the first night going from New Hampshire to Pennsylvania, I went through like 6 or 7 states. See, it was obviously New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut. Because I hit the 93, then I took the 95 south to the 80, and I cut the 80 across to the 44 or to the 74, dropped down south through Akron, shot 74 down to the 40, no, to the 70, and then At St. Louis, that's where I visited my sister. Shot the 44 down from there to the 40, and the 40 straight across into California.
Yeah, between the 70 and St. Louis is a lot of America. But you know, it's wild. Once you get on the road, you're just driving. It's because I did this trip from Central Mass to Chicago and back, and it's fairly straightforward. Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, or maybe we went just Pennsylvania and then New York, Connecticut, whatever. But I mean, like, you don't stop when you're driving across the middle part of the country. You don't stop. There's nothing to see. If only to take a piss break and change drivers, but
grab some gas and some food.
Well, yeah, I guess you need gas. What the hell were we driving? It was a Colt.
That's about the same size as the old 323 I had. I think the Colt,
I don't even know who makes that. But
it was a Dodge Colt.
what the hell? We were this car, man. Believe it or not, it had no problem through. We stopped off on the way back. We stopped off at the Shawangungs, which is near Albany, New York. And I don't know what's the name of the town that this is. Forget the name of the town, but there's a SUNY there. Anyways, a beautiful country. You know, if you get up into upstate New York, that's amazing country up with the Green Mountains, or the Adirondacks. Yeah, that's really special. Like, if you want to take a vacation out of the way and you think you've seen it all, go to the Adirondacks.
Did you ever go up to the what is it, Mount Whitey or something like that, up in the north part of New Hampshire? Mount Whitehead.
So
White Mountains, something like that.
The town that these cliffs are in is actually called New Paltz, New York. But now what you're talking about, since I have the map out, I'll look. You've got the White Mountains in the middle of New Hampshire, and you've got Laconia and Lake Winnipesaukee just south of the White Mountains. And then if you go north, it's not too far until you get to the Canadian border. I've never actually been up north of the White Mountains. If that's what you're talking about. It kind of looks like Maine, which I have been. Oh, look, Dixville Notch. Here it is. This isn't the first place that votes in the country. Yeah, I don't know if there's much above Dixville Notch in New Hampshire. But that's, what is that, 5, 10, 25 or 50 miles from the Canadian border? But yeah, Maine is considerably farther north than New Hampshire, and I've been up to Newport, Eastport. That's right, Eastport, Maine, and that's still not even as far north as the country goes. But it's really fucking far if you're driving from. Or
Don't you have Mount Washington in New Hampshire?
Massachusetts. Oh, here we got a New Englander here. What's going on?
Yeah, you got Mount Washington in New Hampshire, which is one of the highest.
Yeah, Mount Washington is in the Presidential Range, which is part of the White Mountains. Is that correct?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That has one of the worst weather patterns. It's not that high in elevation, but it has some of the worst weather in the country because of its geographical location, the way it catches the jet stream and the Gulf Stream. That the weather on Mount Washington is fierce in the winter. But you can drive to the top of it. Not in the winter, but in the summertime. There's a road that goes up there.
People put their bumper stickers on. My car made it up Mount Washington. Yeah, we see them all over New England.
Yeah, but in
Yeah,
the
but
wintertime, forget about it because, like, you will die if you try to climb Mount Washington in the wintertime.
We were in the foothills of the White Mountains when I was in Civil Air Patrol. We had the cadets out. We were teaching them search and rescue exercises using like really, really old technology, but it was still fun to do. Very dense forest up that way. Extremely dense.
I lived up in Maine for about 18 months. Way up there, it's called Machias. And that forest up there, they say, is the most uninhabited forest this side of the Mississippi. You can go for 3 or 4 days without seeing anybody.
I believe it. Hell, you could probably walk by people and not see anybody. If it's any, it's extremely dense forest up that way. But that whole driving across country thing, when I drove back from Massachusetts to California, or from New Hampshire to California, that actually kind of gave me the inspiration to become a truck driver. And when that happened, I was all over the place. I think the coldest place I've ever been in my entire life is Ogdensburg, New York. No, yeah, it's you go up to shoot the 81 straight up to Waterboy, which is right there on the river across from Canada, and then you go northeast along the state highway along the coast of that river, along the shoreline or whatever. And it was so freaking cold up there. I swear to God, kids were out there throwing ice balls at each other instead of snowballs. It was insanely cold. Like, I went from the truck to the place. I literally stopped, got out of the truck, and walked to the door like 20 feet, and I was already freezing my ass off. Got inside. They had a big old boiler or big old whatever. I don't know, something putting out a lot of fucking heat. I was like instantly warm, and then I froze my ass off walking back to the truck another 20 feet. So I was like, yeah.
What time of year was that?
It was winter. It was December.
Well, that's right east of Lake Ontario, so you're likely getting some kind of lake effect off of there. But yeah,
there's a ton of lake effect. I mean,
I was up in
stopped by
Montreal
Syracuse
in the wintertime, and it never stopped snowing the whole time I was there.
It's like we got up into Syracuse and we got our load to get out because I was running teams at the time, and we had to go to Ogdensburg. So went up there, dropped, got a load of peachy file folders, and we're on our way back down. We were going to shut back down at Syracuse overnight, and it had already been snowing. But then they said a big blizzard was coming in, and we were like, "Fuck this! I'm gone." And we drove like all night and all day. Like, my partner was a fairly new driver, so he didn't want to drive, and I was like, "I am not getting caught in the snow here when I could be back in California before Christmas." So we rolled. We went. We made it. We shot down to Tampa Bay, Florida. Tampa Bay, Florida, and then from there shot across the 10 all the way to freaking California with another load.
There's something about upstate New York with this lake effect. You're directly east of the Great Lakes, and I've only been up here like once when I was in Montreal, that time I told you about. And then the other time was I was looking at a college in Schenectady, which is just west of Albany, which is just about the same latitude as Syracuse. And we were there in November. It was my mother and I, and went there, for like an orientation, visitors weekend, whatever it was. And it was fucking unbelievably miserable in November. It was like the first snowstorm of the year. And it was just like a 50-mile-an-hour wind and snow and like just a lot of open space. And like snowbanks are starting to form, It's like, oh my God, it's only November. I can't, there's no way I could deal with this. So I didn't go to school in Schenectady, New York. But I mean, that's if you're thinking just latitude in terms of cold and miserableness, these lakes have some serious effect. You hear guys in the chats talk about them as well. Like Michigan is surrounded by lakes, and Wisconsin is mostly lake. But Minnesota is pretty far north. But these lakes, they do some wickedness on the weather.
Yeah, they do. Freaking! I remember I was driving up the 80. Yeah, it's the 80 because the 80 runs around Cleveland and up into Erie. And it was so like, okay, for one, we're cruising along the freeway. I got my co-driver up in the jump seat, and we're sitting there talking. And I look and I see the sheet of ice come off the top of a big rig and just start coming right back at us. And we're in a big rig too. And right before it hits, I just kind of cover my face. Right? I just kind of like, and it just smashes into the windshield, scares the hell out of my co-driver. And he's like, "You didn't even warn me." And I'm like, "Yeah, I didn't think to. Sorry." Continue driving. We're getting up into Erie, and the rocks are like under a sheet of ice along the freeway. And I'm like, "Oh crap, that's cold." I mean, didn't look like a thin layer. No, it would look like you'd almost see in like those caveman movies when they go in and they find freaking things fossilized in ice.
Icicles
like that kind of
off.
thickness of ice. Yeah, it was that kind of thickness, extremely thick ice over the rocks. I was like, wow, that's that's pretty impressive. I'd never seen anything like that. It was a pretty cool looking thing, but yeah, it's like I'm never moving to Erie, Pennsylvania. That's right there to just set the bar for me.
Yeah, that is Pennsylvania, isn't it? That's actually the 90 that runs up along the east side of Lake Erie. But yeah, it goes from Ohio through Pennsylvania and New York.
Yeah, and then goes up into New York, then turns into a toll road at one point in time.
Buffalo. God damn, stay away from Buffalo or Rochester in the winter.
Yeah, no doubt. It's beautiful up there during the summer, though, and the spring. I mean, it's beautiful up there in the winter, too. I just don't want to be there. I don't want to live there.
I think it was actually Rochester that we went to. Holy shit, it was. Wait a second. Okay, yeah. We did a road trip, and we went from Eastern Massachusetts through Albany, stopped at a school there, and then on all the way to fucking Rochester, which is right on the lake. And that's where that fucking wind and snowstorm in November happened. And I said, no, thank you. Bring me back to the East Coast, please.
Take me someplace warmer, like the North Pole.
I was like, that's not happening. Whatever that was, it's not happening for the next 4 years. Because I won't make it.
But speaking of like cold areas, like Kansas along the 70, we were cruising freaking obviously to 70, and we got caught in a high wind advisory, which turned into a tornado advisory, and we stopped in a place called Goodland, Kansas. It's like 17 miles from the Colorado border. So we shut down, and we had left the headlights on in the big rig. It was windy. We were like, holy crap, like everything was rocking. Even the park trucks were just sitting there rocking. It was really, really bad. So we head into this little gas stop, fuel stop place. They have like a solid brick room for like hiding out in case of tornadoes and stuff. So we're in there for, I don't know, forever, it seemed like. And then they cleared us and then went back to the truck. Batteries were dead. So it was cold, really freaking cold. It is also during the winter, in case you were wondering. Shut down, freaking closed the curtains, got in. He jumped in his rack, I jumped into mine. Just slept. Woke up cold. Opened it up, opened up the curtains, and there was a layer of ice on the inside of the truck. A thin layer, but it's still a layer of ice. And we were like, holy crap. Okay, we need to get somebody out here to get us a jump start because there's no way I'm staying like this. So ended up calling. Road service came out and jump started us, and then we were good. But man, that was not a pleasant night. It wasn't as cold as like north New York or Rochester, Ogden, for anything along the river or the lakes. Yeah, it was horrible. It was horrible. And I was thinking, how can something so flat be so freaking cold? But that's exactly why, because there's nothing there to block it or deflect. It's all just cold winds.
That when your shit breaks down and there's ice on the inside of where you're spending your time, you're not far from passing away. But I think the reason that Kansas and Oklahoma and Nebraska and these states that are just east of the Rockies, the reason that they're so frigid and windy is because of the way that the winds come down off of the mountains, and as air drops, it gets colder. How does that work? I'm not sure, but anyways, there's some condensation and some dew points and convection currents happening. So yeah, there's I mean, that's why they call it the Midwest, right? It's just been wiped clean.
Yeah, it's like I will admit it is very clean. Like you said, it's like all the crap is just blown away. If it's not nailed down, it's probably gone. That would be my assumption on that. But like I said, it just amazed me how cold that got. And I was like, man, this is like way colder than over here, but not as cold as up there. I think it's just the open plains. There's nothing to buffer it. You get all that air, the winds, or the wind coming across the Rockies, like you said, and then just pushing through, and there's nothing in its way.
It's like a vacuum. It just sucks the air down from the upper atmosphere. I know every time I fly across the country on the east side of the Rocky Mountains in Colorado, it's like crazy turbulence. Just I mean, not even that bad compared to like some of these stories you hear of people getting their spines snapped and shit. But like, I always feel like I'm gonna die when I'm in a plane going on the east side of the Rockies, bouncing up and up, like shit's kind of rattling around. You're like, okay, this is it. I die at 30,000 feet. But there's definitely a huge wind effect there. It seems like it's kind of built up from Nevada to Utah to Colorado being the 14,000 foot peaks, and then it just drops straight off, and that wind just gets sucked down. And then you got your tornadoes in Oklahoma. Kansas is, there's no place like home. There's no, we all know about the tornadoes in the Midwest. So, but then you get thunderstorms a lot in the South. And then you got the Gulf effect. And once you hit the East Coast, it changes quite a bit, pushes north. Lake effects. Yeah, I mean, we got the jet stream running right through our country. So,
Well, I mean, Travis is always saying that the reason the weather's so crazy up in Nebraska is because it's all coming in off the Rockies. And I was like, I can believe that. I really can.
well, it's interesting because, like, even just in northern Nevada, when you're just on the east side of the Sierra Nevada, or you head down into the Owens Valley of California, you definitely notice the changes in weather. They're very dramatic. The winds pick up, the rains hit hard. Like there's definitely that swooping effect, and it's not the same as what happens in the Midwest, but it is that same type of dramatic change, where like it could be thunderstorming a couple miles away, and then all of a sudden there's 50-mile-an-hour winds, and it's and it has to do with the elevation in the atmosphere, the jet stream, and condensation, and other atmospheric phenomenon. But it's cool. I like it. I like our country a lot. How it mixes it up quite a bit. I mean, you never hear about this stuff in Canada. Canada always just seems like fucking cold and flat, boring. So
Canada, it's cold here, eh?
yeah, you can see for days in Canada, eh? Come on by. I'll take you out to my rape fields.
Yeah, they probably really should have reworded that.
Well, they did. They called it canola. They said, rapeseed? No, we're going to change that. We'll take out some ingredients and call it canola. Yeah, because it's Canada and it's oil. Eh?
Freaking, I will say California, you're going into a windy spot when you see a bunch of windmills everywhere. When you see windmills, you know to expect wind. Let's just say. You got this one area we call Valley of the Windmills. It's coming from past Cabazon going into toward Palm Springs and Indio, and it's just got windmills. It's a valley of windmills, quite literally. They're kind of like the ones that are on all the hills and out out up toward Frisco. There's just literally a valley of windmills, and I wonder if it gets windy around here.
It's like a high altitude funnel where it's in between the highlands and the lowlands, and they know the wind is always going to blow up through there. At least the one up there by Desert Hot Springs.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. So,
and then the other one you mentioned was up at the up past Livermore. It's called what is it? Some pass. It's a pass. It's a mountain pass. It's maybe 2003. No, it's not.
No,
it's not in the Sierra. But the name is eluding me right now. I haven't actually driven up through there in a long time, but it's on the 580, and it's like a 3,000 foot and there is a shit ton of windmills up in there. They're turbines, and they're some of them are very old, but they've been upgrading them to these monopole, like mega vane turbines.
Yeah.
Like 3 vane turbines. It's bugging me that I can't remember the name of that pass, but
Yeah, I mean, they have them like all different shapes and sizes through. I don't remember up that way. I know that I remember there being a lot of windmills up there.
there's also some out in the Delta. I noticed when I was driving through there a year or two ago. Out they like took this one island out in the Delta, and they covered it in turbines. And when I had drove through there, they were turning, and I actually took a video of it, and it's on my Instagram. But yeah, I was like, how do I get out there? I want to check out those turbines, and then I realized it was an island. And they must have just barged them all out there, and then just sunk some deep piles for footings or whatever. But yeah, I mean, it's such a small fraction of the energy that we produce with wind, but if they can do it and maintain it, I think it's better than some of this modern solar that I've seen go on out there in the Nevada desert with these like giant solar collectors and like just raping the land with like radiation. It seems I don't like just whether it be photovoltaic or the thermal solar. Like, I don't like just taking big swaths of land and just putting a bunch of technology on them. I like the idea of wind turbines is kind of historical, where they use the windmills for pumping water or turning grain or whatever they used to use them for. I kind of like that idea, and I think they are more bird friendly. Like, they've got to be more bird friendly than some of these massive solar collectors that I don't know.
If a bird fly over that, they're gonna turn into like they enter a bird on the other side, they enter a fried chicken on the other.
They just turn into smoke.
Yeah.
And I honestly don't know if they're building any more of those, because I feel like they didn't even know that was going to happen when they built that one out in Nevada that's just east of you. But I know they've done that in Europe. And there was a wild idea that they were trying to get funding for in some god-awful part of western Arizona, where they were going to build this giant concrete tube, like the tallest man-made structure in the world. And it was going to just basically work off of thermal convection from like higher up in the atmosphere is cooler, and then down on the desert floor it's hotter, and the way the air would just drop through this tube would turn a turbine and then generate electricity. And there was some talk about that a few years back, and that looked interesting, but very limited because it's in the middle of nowhere, because it's such a fucking eyesore to put a tube of like 2,000 feet into the air, and then just like have this thing churning electricity in the middle of nowhere. You'd have to send the electricity through power lines like 100 miles away for it to be useful.
Yeah, that's probably what they would do. They'd probably bank it and then use it as like a power supply to supplement something. Because AC, I believe you can transfer AC indefinite without or very minimal power loss, but DC, it's more powerful toward the source, and the further away it gets, it starts to drop off. So I think since we have the whole AC thing going on, yeah, I mean, if you're putting it in a place where nobody's at and it's not really hurting anything, do it. Why not? See what can happen. Because I mean, just now, like with the solar technology, is just increased exponentially over the last couple of years. The ability to collect, store, and use energy from solar radiation, and the ways that they're developing to capture that is it. It is amazing. It is amazing. I'm not saying.
So yeah, I don't know about solar, but I do remember the name of this pass now. It's the Altamont Pass, out past Livermore in the Bay Area. But I'm sure Flippy could tell us all about wind power since he lives in Texas, and T. Boone Pickens has decided that he's going to convert all of the available space in Texas to wind power generation. Isn't that right?
The problem with that is I believe all the property in Texas is privately owned. That's what Matt's always saying. Like, to be able to go out hunting and stuff like that's a pain in the butt because you got to pay people to go on their property to go do it. So I'm sure they do have state land.
There is no state land. There's like no parks or anything like that. It's all privately owned.
So that would be kind of like a really crap bill, unless they plan on going around and doing eminent domain on people, kicking them off their land so they could turn them into.
Yeah, nothing gets you shot faster than going around Texas kicking people off their land.
Well, then, I'm glad I'm not trying to do that. What's up, Flip?
Texas, betterly known as the best be going the way you came, son, state.
What's up, guys?
What up?
Happy.
Man, all we need is Pro Steel and Gavin to show up, and we got the old crew back.
Oh, hell yeah.
And Gavin was out there in the lobby earlier, but I ain't seen him. But to be honest, I wasn't really looking either. Yeah, he's gonzo.
Hey, Heavy. How was freedom?
It was nice. I'm hoping to return soon
Yeah.
to freedom, because I'm back in California as we speak.
What happened when you crossed the border?
I cried a little bit. No, I don't know. Nothing really. Just they stopped us and asked if we had fruits and vegetables. And we're like, no. And I said, all right, get out of here.
Did they look at you? Did they look at you and go, any fruits and vegetables? Wink.
Nah, they just kind of like, fruits and vegetables? No, bye. See you later. Flag this
They brought
right
some ammo with you.
What was that? Nah, I wasn't bringing no ammo back here. That just means I'd have to move it back.
He's just been setting up a stockpile over at Jimmy's house. Crates
Not a
of
bad
Freedom
idea.
magazines and ammunition, being like, yo, Jimmy, hold on to these.
No, not yet. I just move out there and just have.
You found a place yet, or what's up?
Yeah, I got the place. I'm just there's been some kind of fucking foobar with the fucking paperwork for my job, or not paperwork, position, title, association, whatever fucking thing it is. So tomorrow I gotta wait for a specific thing to actually go back and do. Even though I was done right, I got the offer letter, I accepted it, but evidently something's up with that. I don't know. So I'll give the guy a week to get it straight, and if not, I'll just go talk to the others, one of the other stores that wanted me to go work for them, and say, all right, can you do it better than this guy over there? They'll probably say yes, and then same, everything's good. So
when you crossed the border, where did the Democrat touch you?
I'd assume nowhere, considering I think Arizona's a free state.
No, he
It
was
was-
referring about coming back into California.
Oh, okay.
And
Right there in the middle of his heart.
I just felt it turn black and cold for a second.
Hey, Flippy, your AK's on the way.
Yep, should be showing up Tuesday.
Ain't that your birthday?
Wednesday is my birthday.
Yeah. What do you mean? Like
So are you gonna
26
leave it?
though?
27. What?
You gonna leave it at the gun store, or oh no, it's coming to you. Is it going to a gun store? Yeah. So you're gonna leave it there until Wednesday, and then go there on your birthday, right?
No, I'll go there Tuesday and rub my face all over it, which is going to hurt a lot because it's an AK, so it's literally just covered in sharp corners.
You should probably wait till your birthday. That way you have like a birthday present to unwrap. In fact, call the gun shop and say, when it gets there, look, I know it's out of the ordinary, but like wrap it in packing paper or something and then like tie a bow on it for me.
Yeah,
And
I'll
then
call up Adam. Be like,
Chris,
yo,
on it."
Adam, I need you to do me a solid here. And he'll be like, what do you need? And I'll be like, yo, I need you, when my rifle comes in, wrap it up like a birthday present. Honestly, he probably would actually do that.
Then draw
Yeah,
a wizard
you
on it.
probably would. I don't know. Have you moved past the wizard thing, Flippy?
Not really. I sometimes just forget about it, though. I should have did it with Copper Customs, because I don't know if they're good yet. That's where I ordered the AK, was from Copper Customs.
Send them an email. Say, before you ship it,
Oh, it's already shipped.
Draw a wizard on the box.
Send them an email, be like, yo, I need you to send an email over to UPS and have them like draw a wizard on the box.
That would be funny.
That's how Flippy knows that they're a good company.
That's how you test them. They're willing to draw wizards on the boxes. They're good. Although I ordered something the other day from Noveski, so I'm curious to see if, and I didn't ask for the wizard. I'm curious to see if they'll just remember and just do it. Like, oh, it's going to Chris. Wizard that box.
Make that thing a portrait.
Don't get your hopes up. That's
We
all I
need the
gotta
most
say.
immaculate wizard on this box.
I'm just saying, Chris, don't get your hopes up, all right?
Oh, no, I'm not. They're not going to remember, dude. It's been like months since I've ordered anything from Noveski.
They're probably missing you by now.
I've probably fallen from grace. They're like, who? They're like looking back fondly at like Fires, being like, remember when we used to draw wizards on the box? That one dude who would literally order something like every other day.
Yeah, he stopped ordering. We lost half our employees.
Yeah. We had to lay off the wizard drawers.
You're gonna be drawing the Mona Lisa fucking wizards.
Yeah. I will not lie though. One of the wizards they sent me was like ridiculously like intricate. They even had like the giant Noveski symbol behind the wizard like on fire while the wizard was casting fire onto the Noveski logo. It was nifty. I was like, wow, that's impressive.
You know how bad I want to call Noveski to do that shit?
Oh, what?
Noveski. Put a fat turtle on the box.
They'll do it.
They'll be like, oh, you must know Flippy.
Yeah, they'll do it. Like the first I asked for a wizard, they drew a lizard. And the lady who drew the lizard like wrote me a note and left it inside the box. Is basically like, yo, this was fun. Order more stuff from us because like ask for more stuff to be drawn on because this is fun. The note was then like, I'm not good at drawing lizards, but I like drawing dinosaurs, and lizards are almost like dinosaurs, so I just channeled the dinosaur while drawing this lizard. I'm like, yeah, it was neat.
But I asked for a wizard.
If I remember correctly, they also, that order got mixed up, and they sent me the wrong thing first, and I called in, and I'm like, yo, I was like, I got this stuff. Do you want me to ship it back? Like, what do you want me to do? And like, just keep it. They're like, wait, you're the lizard dude, right? I'm like, no, I don't have scales and that jazz. They're like, you have to have like a lizard on the box. I'm like, no, ask for a wizard on the box. And they're like, oh, well, we sent you with a wizard or with a lizard. So when you see a box with a lizard on it, it's yours. And I'm like, cool. I want a wizard, but that'll do.
Close enough.
It's
Are
like,
you sure you're not a lizard person?
I don't have that weird Hillary hole on my tongue, so I'm going to assume I'm not.
wow, that was just wrong on so many levels. I think I might need like psychological help now because of that.
I meant the one where she like breathes out of because she's like a lizard person.
Oh, okay. Then obviously I just need help. Okay.
You got,
Yeah,
vertical
you
eyelids.
immediately went dirty with that.
I didn't go dirty.
I've seen the videos on YouTube of lizard chicks and the lizard people that caught their chicks, and it took them a while to play back the video to find out that their dude's chick was a lizard chick, and she can morph.
What?
I don't know. I'm just
Fucking
following
lost,
along.
dude.
Edge, be careful. You're gonna scare knives away from women.
Hey, Knives, just smile and nod knowingly.
Okay. I do what you say. I feel so weird.
Just pretend like you do when people speak English to you. You don't understand what it means.
Okay. I'm used to that.
Just,
Get it?
just say, "Si, senor."
Yeah, just like nod your head and point like to the left or right.
There's the border right there.
You like tacos? No. No.
Baño, baño, baño.
Flippy knows Spanish.
I think he knows
Yeah,
like
no,
two
I don't.
words.
I know like a handful of words and a bunch of swears.
Cilantro?
So, basically, what I'm saying is I can work my way through Mexico if I need to.
Good luck with that.
Just man on fire that. I think. Wait, didn't that movie take place in Brazil?
No, the Mexico,
Yeah.
fucking capital.
Distrito Federal.
Oh, okay.
You
That was an
say,
awesome movie. Awesome movie, by the way.
Flippy, I want to hear you
Max
say.
Payne 3 is the one that took place in Brazil.
Flippy, I want to hear you say it. I want to see gas in Spanish.
Oh, I don't know how to say that.
Pedal?
Taco Bell? ¿Dónde estás, Taco Bell?
You're set, Flippy, you're set.
Puro chilango. Right. So the flat's not that. The flat's about an hour for me, man.
The
Hey,
Flash?
we got two Canadians in us.
The
We got
flat.
two Canadians now.
Oh, Flash. I was like, okay, the TV show or the comic book?
He's out in Comfort, or not Comfort, Kerrville. Kerrville.
Oh, okay, I was about to say, there's no comfort to be had in. Well, never mind. You're in San Antonio. I for some reason thought he was in Houston. No, he is in Houston, isn't he?
No, he's in Kerrville.
Oh, okay.
Didn't he go shoot with Ponry?
If you want to shoot with Ponry, then he's in Houston, and there is no comfort there.
Well, it's important that we have proof of Flath. So
Oh,
if Ponry's not
Here we
up
go.
to it, then
I invited him to my dad's house today because we were having a barbecue. My dad's birthday on Saturday. And watched Canelo fight too. Canelo fight, but no, he said he had to be back in his room by 3. Some strange Canadian authority they have over him here in Texas.
Well, yeah, you gotta keep track of the Canadians. Nothing more dangerous than a rogue Canadian without a leash. I mean, look at
Yes.
Bob.
Bob.
It can be quite a lethality, especially when it makes its way to Austin and blends in. Oh my god.
Oh no. Well, no, Canadians don't blend in well in Austin. Canadians are too friendly.
Well, it wouldn't have been a good night because we would have been watching the boxing fight, and the undercard right before the main event was a Canadian and Mexican fighting, and the Canadian whooped the Mexican's ass. So there would have been probably some some comments and some
Oh, that
articles.
would have been a little bad. I mean, what? Flaff is like 7'8", the son of Bigfoot. I think he would have been fine.
Yeah, but he's unarmed.
So, dude, I've seen those Jack Link commercials.
Well, he doesn't like me to tell people, but he's actually the fucking Sasquatch in that, with the suit in those commercials.
Yeah, you don't want to underestimate a Canadian. He'll Aikido roll his way out of your Sharpie attack like you wouldn't believe.
Well, he's never been to Texas before, so it'd be like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, where it'd be like, damn, the meat's good. What is this? It's Canuck.
What was that line from Star Wars? Like, you better let him win or he'll rip your arms off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let the Wookiee win.
Ah,
I mean, Wookiees are just space Canadians.
Oh man, how dare you insult Wookiees like that?
You're right. They live in
They-
trees.
There is a birth defect. Several people from Mexico have gotten it, where they call them where they
Oh,
have-
the werewolf thing where they just like can't stop growing hair from every
All over
orifice of
their
the body.
head to toe.
Weird.
And there's like two brothers from Mexico back in their mid '80s that had it, and they're like part of their freak show.
Yeah.
hey, Heavy.
Yo,
You getting poured on?
earlier, but it kind of cleared up before I got home from work.
Yeah, I don't like golden showers myself.
Drip, drip, drip.
I want to pee on you.
Si se puede.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Well, did you hear Canada or France?
Nani?
39-year-old prime minister or president of the country now. They outdid Canada.
Oh yeah. Le Pen didn't get through, so they back to having stupid liberals. I'm sorry, that was wrong. They're back to having liberals.
You're fucked.
I was gonna say, isn't that like an oxymoron? It means the same thing, just said two different ways.
Yeah, but I can't insult people, dude. That's wrong. It's not right. I don't know them. You might be very smart.
That's true. Very true. They could be very smart. Could be.
How much did she lose by?
The last thing I read was either by 35.6% or
Yeah,
67.5%.
He got like 60+% of the vote.
Yeah, I honestly thought that Le Pen may have won because of all of the terrorist attacks been happening in France, but I guess people are still very pro-Muslim?
Well, I heard he was going on the tour with Backstreet Boys when they go to France. He's going to join them.
Yeah, dude, they're gonna like moon dance up the Eiffel Tower. I don't know what the Backstreet Boys dance style is.
Are they still fucking alive?
Backstreet Boys? I know what's his face is the like shaved headed one that everyone liked. He was in that terrible movie recently where you like time was currency.
Well, I think it could be worse. They could have got Justin Timberlake to be the president of France.
That's it, Justin Timberlake. He's still alive. He's part of the Backstreet Boys. I think
Hey,
Aaron
so Le
Carter's
Pen,
still alive.
so Le Pen was a conservative, right?
Le Pen? Yeah, Le Pen was a conservative.
They're fucked.
She's like, I'm going to kick the Muslims first day. Kick
Yep.
them out.
That's actually pretty much stuff she was saying. Yep. She's like, we're going to strengthen our stance against terrorism. We're going to kick out the Muslims who don't belong here, who have been sneaking in, and we're going to tighten up security and keep the average people safe.
She has like this ongoing long order of Muslim be gone spray. They're going to go on the streets and start spraying people with it.
Is that like Shark Be Gone spray that like Batman carries as utility belt?
Well, it's close to what I carry. My bitch be gone spray.
You mean Axe body spray?
When the white, when the white snag it. Why don't you take it?
I'm gonna just sit here with utter smugness on my face over that last one.
You deserve it. You deserve it.
Do they bring that as a liberal? Be gone. Yeah, I fucked it up the other night.
Yeah,
No,
it's
it's just
called-
an impossible question to answer.
It's called a can
That'd
of
be
Alex
awesome.
Jones's breath.
Oh shit!
It's like bear spray, but for liberals.
Does Alex Jones have halitosis?
I have no idea. All I know is once he starts spraying it, he starts screaming about like the Bilderbergs, and conservative people start running away with their fingers in
Hey.
their ears going la 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 la.
So, talking about close quarters, body odor, bad breath. What do you think? Dano is in the team room right now. Do you think he could jump into this chat from the team room and give us an idea of what it's like there?
Has Dano done any of the training stuff yet? Or was today just when everyone showed up, said howdy do to each other, and went to the team room?
It's the howdy do day.
Okay, so there should be like no reason for anyone to be smelly. That's going to be tomorrow.
And actually, Dano mentioned earlier that they were watching 13 Hours, which might be over by now. But then it's also almost midnight there, so they're probably all crashed out, so they could get up and seize the day at Tactical Response.
Man,
That would be my
13
guess.
Hours is rad. I should watch that movie again tonight.
Awesome movie.
Yeah, it was fun.
Do you realize now when Dano does the daily talk show, he'll be wearing tight t-shirts?
He's gonna be wearing tight shirts. He's gonna grow goatee and get his arms sleeved and tattooed.
That's silly. He's just going to be sitting there with like a fully loaded gun pointing at the camera at all times.
I'm dangering this bitch up. Isn't that what James says when he goes loaded gun?
I do believe so.
I'm gonna danger this up.
What was that SIG? The P whatever? The one that was before the SIG P320?
The 250.
Is that it?
The
Or was it like a
double
230 or
action.
something? They're basically a Glock before the P320.
Well, I mean, the 250 is a hammer version, a hammer fired version of the 320s. So
Because didn't like SIG make a Glock basically? And then they were like, let's redo this again. And they made the modular P320.
I think it was a 2022 or something like that.
no, that was hammer fired too. That was their polymer answer to the 226.
The 250 was modular as well. You could replace the frames or the receiver.
Yeah, Jimmy's got one, and it shoots actually really nice. By the way, the double action pulling thing is not bad at all.
Yeah, I want to play with a P320. Like, I did not like the trigger at the store because it felt like it was made by Mattel. But I feel like, well, I don't really feel like anything. I just keep seeing all over the Instagrams people showing off the P320s and saying it's like the next great thing. It's like the new Glock.
Well, yeah, of course, everybody's trying to jump into the whole tactical realm, but the 320 evidently is a good gun, I guess. But, I mean, Yankee replaces his trigger. I don't know if he replaces the entire trigger assembly or he just replaces the trigger with the flat trigger because he likes flat triggers better. Says it makes a big difference. I guess. I wouldn't know. That's what he says.
People also have a certain affection for SIGs. I guess it's warranted, and they're very good guns, but SIG lovers are kind of like Glock lovers.
I don't know. I may be a little jaded, but my experience with the SIG wasn't the greatest thing.
Well, I mean, it's also the new gun of the military, or the army anyway. So, everybody's like, oh, it's got to be the best. And it might be. Who knows? But
I just want to play with it. Like,
you got to admit the ergonomics.
I admit
are
it's
there.
a slick looking gun. It's neat. It's not that much more than a Glock, and if it can do all the things a Glock can do and has a better trigger, then bam, new gun of the year. But like, my only issue with it was just dry firing it at the store, and it just felt like it was made by Mattel. It was just like badoink. Whenever I'd pull the trigger, I'm like, man, this isn't manly. This doesn't feel good. This feels like I'm popping like darts off at like a clown dummy.
It might help if you go to the range with loaded it, shot it. Then maybe it would change the whole clown thing.
I mean, I'm trying, but I can't get any one of my friends to buy one, so I could try it.
All right, this is what you do, Flip. All right, you ready? You buy one in 40 cal. Then you get the 9mm 357 SIG barrels for it. You shoot it, and here's the thing. Whether you like it, you love it, you hate it, you send it to me.
Nah, the 40 would be stupid.
You get the 40, so you can put the 357 SIG barrel in it, the 9mm barrel in it. Trust me, it's a good idea.
Why do you want to do that when I wouldn't use any of those except for the 9?
40 and 357 SIG are 2 operator for Flippy.
Okay. Cool. I still don't want it.
Freaking, I had to try. I don't know. Don't you have an indoor range you can go rent a gun at?
I don't think they have any yet. Or I don't pay attention. I literally I go to that range to get sandwiches. Shooting there is an afterthought.
Sandwiches.
Yeah,
right,
I go to my range for
online.
food, and then like while I'm there, I'm like, I might as well pop off a few rounds because I'm here.
All right, so you go to your range's website and you look. And it should
It's
tell
not
you
going
if
to be
they
on
rent
their
guns.
website.
What, do they rent firearms or not?
No, they do, but they literally have nothing on their website about like gun stuff. Well, that's not completely accurate. There's like class and training stuff, but there's like they don't have anything on there about what they have in stock for like rentals or whatever, unless it's like machine guns. But like,
Yep.
yeah, one of my other buddies is like, yo, should I get a SIG P320? I'm like, if you want to get one, get one. I'm going to play with it when you get it, but I'm not going to sit here and try to influence your decision. And he's like, or should I get a CZ75 or whatever? And I'm like, nope.
I'm not going to tell you not to buy it. Should I get this? Definitely not.
Like, dude, I can't suggest a CZ. What am I? Some type of communist who like doesn't like a good American-made 1911? Not a commie forgery of a 1911? Nah.
You know what you need, Flippy?
Want to get a Dan Wesson?
Flippy
Yeah.
needs a good dose of the 10mm.
Dan Wesson.
Owner of Iowa's largest animal preserve.
Dan Wesson.
Yeah, just saying, but still. Good way to get your friend to buy a 320. So when he buys it, you can shoot it. And then you say, you know what? You really should get the CZ, but I'll take this off you for, half what you paid for it.
What did he ask? CZ75.
I don't see why not. Good guns.
It's a CZ. I mean, if he wants to carry a 1911, I'd say just carry a 1911. Don't carry a fake 1911.
Are you calling a 10mm a fake 1911?
I wasn't aware that a CZ75 was a 10mm.
Okay. Because I'm just saying 10 millimeter is a state of mind. It's not a type of firearm.
Losing is also a state of mind. There are many states of mind. It
You
doesn't
will
mean it's
never
correct.
lose if you carry and shoot a 10 millimeter. That's the significant difference.
No, it's just a bullet. It's not magic.
No, the bullet is the same as the 40 Smith & Wesson, which apparently is too much for your childlike hands to handle. But what the real difference is the powder charge and the case length. It's all about the length.
So does this mean Flippy's gonna go buy like a Glock 29 so he could EDC it?
No.
I see him more as like a nickel-plated Delta Elite.
I think
type.
the next gun I'm buying is either a Polytech Legend or that M16A2 SFOD-D
Shockwave.
series.
Don't forget the Shockwave.
I don't know if the Shockwave would be possible. Texas is still trying to figure out where that thing lands.
Oh, where does it stand on the Gatekeeper?
I don't know. Never asked.
Well, because if they accept the Gatekeeper, then you should be able to get the Shockwave. It's the same thing. It's just Mossberg produced it rather than the people who did the Gatekeeper.
It's also significantly cheaper.
Yes.
I think it's like cheaper by over half the price. I think the Gatekeeper's like $1,000.
I think it's like, well, I don't know if it was that much, but yeah, you could at least buy two of the Shockwaves for one.
The Shockwave retails for like $450.
Yeah, and since
It
the
was
NRA is offering carry guard insurance for less than USCSA or Second Call Defense, I'm going to buy from them instead because it's cheaper.
Who's snoring?
Sounds like a retarded turtle to me.
Wow.
Huh?
No, but
So
Mossberg makes the shotgun, right? That's what we've always known. Now they're just offering it direct as a product. So it makes sense that it's not some modification of a Mossberg product, but it is actually a bona fide Mossberg product. And yeah, they're going to be able to offer it for less money because there's no markup for the middleman. So go ahead and buy your boomstick for however many hundreds of dollars you want, but it'll never equate. It'll never equal. It'll never be as good as 10 millimeter auto pistol cartridge.
I think the main reason it's so much less expensive is that the people who make the Gatekeeper got the receiver from Mossberg and then made the gun themselves.
Yeah, the assembly on it isn't that expensive. So all they're doing is slapping in a small barrel and all that. Smaller barrel, a smaller tube, and put on a Shockwave.
Okay, so the reason that comes...
The reason it's as expensive as it is because they're the only ones doing it, so they put a massive markup on it.
No, okay. They also have to compensate for their overhead as well. So
See, that's the great thing about 10 millimeter auto. You never feel the need to compensate.
I'd assume the reason you had a 10 millimeter auto is because you're compensating for something else.
No, you speak from the uninitiated perspective.
Just a tip.
You think 9 millimeter is all you need, but it's really.
I think at 5.56.
What do you say?
You need, but
Step up to the plate.
A Colt Delta Elite Gold Cup in 10 millimeter would be a nice addition to any collection.
No, a Gold Cup with 38 Super.
Well, then get the Colt Eldorado.
Knives,
No.
why are you bringing up the Colt Mexican edition?
I don't give a fuck. That's just famous.
Because it's the only one that the Mexican people are allowed to use.
No,
Well,
that's
actually,
one I
they
found on the
have
fucking
several.
street, all fucking on the floor.
They have
I don't
a,
understand. Was that Spanish?
they have a large line of 38
See?
Supers. And they're actually really nice guns. They're not exactly cheap either.
Yeah, that's the gun I need. The one I just linked in the side chat. That's like the main one I want. Man, it's so cool.
Dude, I thought you were going for the FN.
Huh? What? No, the FN, that was just something I was like, maybe I should get an AR. And that was specifically because I was talking to one of my buddies, and he's like, I want to shoot X guy. I asked him what he used to shoot, and he's like, I used to shoot M16A4s with like iron sights. And I'm like, that's neat. And then I kind of looked at it being like, maybe I should buy one and then give it to him later. And then I was just kind of like, it's not good enough for home defense.
I'd be like, here's the upper, you can have it. I really like that thick Nightmare Edition for a long time.
Wait, what?
I also
My
really like
booty
this.
is
The booty edition.
that booty warrior.
The SIG BBA. Sorry, the SIG BBB.
Fracky with the 30-footer. There we go, the 4.
Yeah, I reeled that one back a little bit, Knives.
You know, you could probably build that yourself.
I don't feel like going to hunt down a parts kit and getting a press and all that.
Okay.
Plus, I'm not Chinese enough.
What does it have to do with anything?
It being a Norinco?
Oh, no. I was referring to the first link.
Honestly, I could, but it's actually just cheaper to have Troy do it for me.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Can't you just go out in like to downtown McKinney and find some Chinese woman, illegal immigrant, to build your AK for you, and maybe be your wife?
I live in Dallas, not California.
Oh,
Yep.
I did get to shoot an actual Mac 90 when I was out there.
Oh, you met up with G?
No, I met up with G and Bob, but we didn't go shooting because G had to go back and do the gun show this weekend. I hooked up with Jimmy and Bulldog 77 from YouTube.
Jimmy is a Mac 90?
Nope, Bulldog does.
Oh, I was about to say, like, man, I'm about to respect Jimmy a lot more. For having a good AK instead of his pile of Wassers.
Hey, man.
I
I'm sure
kid.
Jimmy really likes
I
his gun.
kid. All AKs are bad if they're not 5.45.
No, that's right.
Here we
You're
go.
on the new trip. Yeah, he's on the new bandwagon. Although I
you
will
didn't take
admit,
no monkey.
I will admit that I thought the video that Firepower Unlimited did was pretty hilarious in regards to that.
I agree. That Firepower United channel is very funny.
That's it. Firepower United. Thank you. You could have just said I said it wrong, but thank you for the cover. I appreciate it.
No worries. Well, I'm here.
What?
Did this chat get possessed, or
No, it's just another 10mm lover being born.
Is it 10mm? What? Damn, this Michael Burke kick in pretty soon. Shit, my fucking head is hurting.
Yeah, see, 10mm is an American round. Those Mexicans wouldn't understand it. They think,
Shut the fuck up, you dumb motherfucker.
are you a Mexican?
Now American Mexican.
Okay. So, for the Chicano in the room, the 38 Super is an adaptation
Yeah, what?
Yeah, okay. Are we done now?
Just a tip.
Well, in Mexico, the only round you can buy is 38 Super, and there's only one store in the entire country. And it's on a military base, and nobody knows about it. Good luck
Bullshit.
with that. But you're not a Mexican, so it doesn't matter.
Bullshit.
What?
Bullshit.
What's bullshit?
The whole thing you're just saying right now.
Listen, are you calling my sources fake news?
For real.
Listen, I don't know what the fuck's going on, Sue de la Frontera, but I'll tell you what. 38 Super is about as good as it's going to get there, and that ain't shit compared to a 10mm auto, which is a purely American round. It was devised
Shit, my uncle hurts with the AK.
in response to the weakness of the 9mm, and it's much better. It's huge. It's a huge improvement on the 9mm. So everybody out there, go buy yourself a case of 10mm, and that way the prices will go down for us real shooters. And
Yeah, why don't you do that?
What about now, Chubby?
Fuck you.
No, thank you.
Dude, Cinnabon is rad.
Did you go to Cinnabon today?
Yeah. Actually, I did not go to Cinnabon today. I used an app called Favor and had Cinnabon come to me.
Nice. So what favor do you owe them?
Money, and that was paid. Basically, Favor is this nifty thing in Texas that they're basically slaves that you pay, and they go wherever you ask them to go and get you whatever you ask them to get you, and then they bring it to your house.
And then you give them money?
And then you give them money. Like, I could type into Favor right now. Actually, I can't because it's closed because it's 11 o'clock my time. But at 10 in the morning when they open back up, I can type in the favor and be like, yo, favor, go to Wally World, pick me up some like 762 by 39, a couple boxes of it. And then they would go and do that and then bring it to my home. And then I would pay them.
Well, that definitely eliminates the whole going outside thing.
But I wouldn't do that because 762 by 39 is an inferior round to 545 by 39.
So, are you going to order it online and have it shipped to your house? Or are you going to actually go out and buy some?
What, 545? I have to order it online. I don't think any place near me has it. I could check out Cabela. I might go to like Chabella's to see if they have any, just so I can get like a box or two of
Oh, got you in a word change. You try to talk different, but you
Chabella.
talk like a normal person.
it. No, I'm just
Chabella,
out here
dude.
thinking, man, Chabella's sounds better. Actually, now that I think about it, Chabella's does not sound better. Chabella's sounds pretty bad. Sounds like that was where you would go to pick up some chubby women. Sounds like the name. Sounds like Fat Cinderella's like name.
Hey,
Chabella.
even fat women need loving.
Chabella's is where you go to pick up the chubby Chicanas.
And that is not my calling, sir, but I mean,
No.
some people it is.
Chabella's is a Indian name. Indigenous name.
Indigenous to the Golden Corral.
Chabella's is the store of the Chiapa people. I mean the Chippewa people.
Oh,
Wait, could a tank bear take out a tank?
That's what it was designed for.
Yeah, but is that actually possible instead of like, you know, is it that much more possible?
Are you French now?
I
Are
mean,
you
who knows? Nah, dude, it's just overemphasizing on the impossibleness of it. It's so far past impossible, it's now impossible.
So do you have any pistachio frozen yogurt?
Unfortunately, I do not have any pistachio frozen yogurt. But I do have a Cinnabon cinnamon roll.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it sounds like Single Life is treating you well.
It's like today's cheat day.
And tomorrow it's back to running.
Man, I hate running. Dude, we were doing like, I think I was telling you, we were doing squats on like a half ball thing, and that was weird. Trying to like balance while like squatting like 20 pound with 20-pound kettlebells.
What are you like with a trainer?
Yeah.
I actually kind of like two trainers.
Yeah.
Why don't you just go watch a YouTube video and like run around outside for a while?
I can answer this. Ooh. I can answer this.
Okay.
He doesn't like the outside. He's not
One,
a fan of
the outside does suck, and two, because that doesn't work. YouTube videos and running.
Well, what about like a bicycle and a pull-up bar?
Yeah, that sounds really boring. Or playing with ropes and balls and that kind of stuff sounds like a lot more fun.
Balls, huh? You're into the balls. I see.
Yeah.
That's good. You stick with that. I'm sure it'll go. I'm sure it'll get you real far in life. Just go talk to your trainer, man, and have him play with some balls with you.
huh?
Okay.
Well, one of our favorite Canadians are out there. What's up, Bob? Bob is actually a really, really cool guy in person. Well, he's a cool guy online too, but I mean, he's really.
Did you shoot his VZ75?
No, we didn't go shooting. They came up the night prior to the shoot when me and Jimmy and Aaron went. Yeah, he had his shirt on.
First question everybody always asks.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. Well,
Yeah, we
and
sat around and
Bob
we bullshitted for a long
is
time.
welcome to hop in at any time. Because Bob, I don't think I've talked to you in a long time. Did you ever? I'm assuming he's listening, because why wouldn't he be? Did you ever have that like shirtless knife fight with Haas or Haas Nazi?
No, it was the whole pen fight. It was a marker fight, and yeah, I did hit her. And he was not shirtless though. He was wearing a painter's suit or something like that.
Nice. What happened?
That's a sore subject. You know, we really shouldn't talk about it.
Bob got fucked up.
Oh.
Well, okay. In Bob's defense, Hosh had a marker, you know, as acting as a freaking knife, and Bob was using his hands and stuff, and yeah, he was unarmed. So, he was saying jokingly that, he was like, "Oh, I'd just kick you in the knees or whatever," and all that stuff. And well, when you're playing this game with a friend, I'm not saying the outcome would have been different, but I'm just saying, it was hard.
Well, at least you won the first one, Bob.
The first one. He did run.
Yes. See, I would have just smacked Hosh in the nose, and then it might have ended. But
well, see, that's the thing, though. Is like it was between guys who were friends. They weren't actually physically trying to kill each other.
Well, the other thing you can do is try and grab his wrist that has the Sharpie. There's other tactics other than just backing up and falling down. So.
Stop picking on Bob.
Bob was pretty good though.
Yeah, I think we need some more gun channels, feats of strength challenges.
Well, Bob says he's willing to try it again. But it's going to have to be either on sand or grass next time, not asphalt. That was just
Wasn't
crazy.
Bob supposed to have a gun?
Wasn't he? No. I mean,
I don't remember what the initial argument fight thing was about. I just remember at some point it got weird.
Yeah, I remember when it got weird. Okay. It was supposed to be, Bob going unarmed.
Yeah, Ash hurt.
Oh, Bob's here. All right, cool.
Yeah, I could have, because I did hit his knee before he even got close to me. But it's not like I can, do what you're supposed to do, which is drift the knee backwards, kind of fold it backwards. But
yeah, it's
touch. And then it was just trying to defend myself, which is like, you're backing up, somebody's coming at you with a knife, you just got to keep backing them, man. But nothing to do with the beers.
But from now on, if one person is armed with a Sharpie, the other person will be armed with a Sharpie as well. And you will both be willing to get marked up from the marquee knife fight things.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And we have to do it shirtless, yeah.
That just sounds like that's
I get the
that sounds like that's just going to turn into a hate crime. Somehow both of you are going to walk away in blackface.
I think
it was
it would have
funny
been
as
better.
hell, though. I had a great time.
I think it would have been
Awesome.
better than you did on the mat.
Or grass.
Yeah, what
Grass
was
would
the
have been
original
good.
argument
Yeah,
though?
oh,
Wasn't it
I know.
Bob? What was the
Or my
original
elbow from
argument
the-
over it? Wasn't it like you were saying that you can outshoot someone trying to stab you or something? I can't remember.
It's just like, you come at me with a knife, I'm gonna break your knee, and that'll end it right there. That's what we learned in jiu-jitsu. If you can't run away, as they come towards you, you just go for that knee backwards, and they're never gonna walk right again. It ends the fight, because it hurts like hell, and they'll just like lay on the ground and cry, and then you can just walk away or take the knife away from them, whatever you want. But like I say, in real life, like when you're just sparring with someone, they either have to agree that they're going to stop as soon as you hit their knee, like tap their knee. It's just like, practicing any martial arts. You don't go full power. And unfortunately, with that kind of thing, you can't even go partial power because you could break their freaking knee really easily. I broke a buddy's kneecap in soccer one time. We were playing against each other, and I went to kick the ball, and I just caught his kneecap and just shattered his kneecap. Broke his collarbone accidentally, showing him we were playing, Bruce Lee or something.
Playing really high contact soccer.
Well, yeah, we used to. It used to be actually pretty bad. Like, I came from a country school, and we played football without gear. We just played full tackle football without any padding or helmets or anything. Just because we didn't have it.
I did that too. That was fun.
Oh, it was. I remember I sacked their quarterback one time. I came around the side. He didn't even see me coming. And I hit him in a flying tackle right in the gut. Just fucking dropped him. That was it. He was out of the game. He didn't see it coming or nothing, eh? It was just, he was leaning back to throw the ball, and it was just wolf. Luckily, I only weighed 130 pounds, so it wasn't like he was getting hit by a big guy, but it did just drop him.
So did you guys do the gun show the last couple of days?
No, we decided it really wasn't worth it. It would have been 2 days of work, and we would have broke even, really. So we just decided but we just thought we'd do ammo sorting and, that kind of fun shit. Because why not? Hang around. The only problem is, like, Charlie and Oro won't get along. Because Oro's still got his balls, and Oro's old, so when Charlie, goes fuck off, he can pretty much knock Oro over. Oro doesn't realize he's old, and Charlie doesn't realize he's as big as he is.
Yeah, that's a bad combination.
He had never intentionally hurt another dog, but just, with a dog that old, him just like doing what normal dogs do, normal. I think Charlie's 6 now, so he just like go and they'll hit each other with their heads and with their teeth out, but they won't bite down. They'll just like, I could fuck you up, right? But if he does that to Oro could fall or something. Because like Oro was like in human years, he'd be like 95 or 100. So you can imagine it, like a 40-year-old, pushing a 90-year-old wouldn't go well.
No, not for the 90-year-old anyway.
That sounds like the 4-year-old's about to get shot.
Yeah.
No,
in comparison, like if a 40-year-old guy were to push down a 90-year-old guy or a 100-year-old guy, it sounds like a 40-year-old is about to get shot.
Yeah. But with a dog, it's not like they don't know. You should see him playing with my girlfriend's little wire-haired terrier, right? Like, it'll be on one end of a pole rope, toy rope, and he'll just shake his head, and that little wire-haired terrier will go whipping back and forth at 90 miles an hour by its neck. Of course, it never lets go. It usually wins. Never seen a more determined and just absolutely insane dog than those little terriers. They just don't know fear or common sense. And they're so fast. You think about a dog that's got to take about 30 strides for every one or two of a big dog, and it's still faster. It must be like a hummingbird heartbeat.
Well, yeah, the smaller the animal, the faster the heartbeat.
Yeah.
But like one of those little dogs running at top speed in the open compared to like, I don't know, a large dog running full speed out in the open. Kind of wonder, like, you think maybe the long strides of the big dog would be able to overtake the little thing, or would the little thing just being so light that allows it to be so much quicker? It takes less.
Eventually, it'll catch it. It's just that, you know, the little dog has got acceleration, and it's little dog's like a sprinter versus a long endurance runner. You know,
Yeah.
unless the big dog, like a mastiff or something like that. You know, like those big bully breeds, they don't run very fast or very long.
Tell you what, Malamutes are really fucking beautiful when they're running. And
Oh,
just, but if they're stuck to like just farting around in the yard, they look like they're just retarded as all hell.
Oh, no,
They're cute dogs, they're fun dogs, they're caring dogs, but they are cold. They look so clumsy and awkward when they're not at a full run.
yeah. Oh, they're furry. Yeah, I swear Charlie's got something in him because I've never seen a dog this furry, and yet he can go out and, you know, when it's 95 degrees and he'll lay out in the sun, and yet, you know, when I'm back home and it's minus 30, he'll go lay out in the snow. Like, how can a dog do that, right? He's got more fur. Like, I shit you not, man. I vacuum my trailer every 2 days, and still by the end of the 12, 14 hours after you vacuum, there's, you know, clumps of dog. I'm gonna keep them machete. That doesn't work. Not vitamin E. Fish oil.
Yeah, that's what my mom and dad do with their dog too, is they give him a fish oil pill. He loves it too. He thinks it's a treat.
Oh yeah, Charlie's the same way. Yeah, you'll pick it out of his food and eat it first.
No, guys, I'm out. You guys take care.
Later, Knives.
Hey, take her easy, Knives. I bought some weird cans of beer there. They look like a bottle, but they're aluminum. And I'm thinking, oh, well, yeah, let's, you know, get a 20 pack of them. And then I look at the size of them. I would say for ounces.
Oh, they're like 16 ounces.
Yeah, instead of 12.
Yeah. Yeah, the aluminum bottles, they stay colder longer kind of thing.
Yeah. Oh, they're cool. I'm thinking these would be fun targets to just hang out on strings, you know, out in the target thing and poke them full of holes and then take them in for recycling.
Well, that's not a bad idea.
No, recycling.
Other than the recycling bit.
Yeah, I just throw them away. I should recycle, but then here they're not worth shit. Like back home, they're, I think, 15 cents per can. So like we have homeless people, and they make their living, and they probably make $75 a day. I mean, a couple of big garbage bags full of aluminum cans, that's about $75. 50 anyway. So I mean, they make a good living riding around their bicycles, carrying big giant bags of aluminum cans. I think it's, at least they're doing something.
Yeah, apparently the farther south you go, the less recycling matters.
Yeah.
Well, California is a big recycling state, and they too pay like decent money, and it is a thing not just done by homeless people, but other people, just regular working class people. They're like some, not all of them, but some will actually go out and go collect cans because they got that kind of hustle. So, you know, they work and they come home and they go out and collect cans, and then they go home and they go to bed, and then they go to work and they do the same thing.
Yeah. Well, I knew a guy back home, and he worked for our local political party, and he was retired, so he had lots of spare time. So he bought himself a little cheap Hyundai car that, you know, got really good mileage, and he would go out and drive along the highways and, you know, park and then walk the ditches and pick up beer cans. And then he'd fill the back of the car up, take them down, recycle them, and give that money to the local political party. Because he said, he was retired, so he couldn't really afford to give them donations, but he could certainly give them that time. And then he had some ads in some of the free local papers and stuff, and he'd come by your place and pick up, recycling if you had it to get rid of. It was a hell of a deal, and it was his way to, support his political party, and, he had the time, so what the hell? I think it'd be boring as hell, but he apparently liked it.
Well, to each his own.
Yeah, well, when I was a kid, our school would do that. They would have all the kids go out and collect bottles from the ditches, like beer bottles and Coke bottles and whatever, and take them into recycling to raise money for our, local groups, like, our school groups, right? If you had with us, it was usually a 4-H club or shooting club or something like that. Right, it was an easy way to make some money, and you just get students, and they'd get together on a weekend and collect bottles all weekend. Get parents to volunteer to drive if you were, because I think the first couple times you did it, there wasn't anybody 16, and then after you turned 16, it was a good excuse to get your parents to loan you the truck. When you weren't picking up bottles, you were driving around like an idiot. Has anybody else ever borrowed their parents' car at 16 and gone into town and just cruised around and got into drag races?
No, I cannot say I've ever done that for fear of pain beyond death. No, never.
I just do it all the time, but it never bothered me to do it because it was something my dad did when I was a kid. He'd buy a car or something. First thing he'd do is he'd go cruise down Main Drag and look to get in a drag race. This is, back in the 60s, right? My dad was kind of that way. He raced stock cars for a while, just locally, The 55 Chevy 2-door Bel Air stock car. And, but back then it wasn't worth nothing, right? It was just an older car. And it was actually fairly new for the stock clubs or the stock cars that he raced against, because they were usually old jalopies almost, But it was a burnout. It burned in a fire. So the body was still there, but it, all been burned and rusty and looked like shit. But they, sanded it up, threw some house paint on it, and went stock car racing with it. 6-cylinder class yet. In it, but yeah, the original one was 6-cylinder class. It was hilarious because these guys, it was like a 8-mile track usually, and it was you got big full-size 1950s cars or 40s cars and stuff, and they'd have all nice welded steel bumpers and Nerf bars, and they'd be out there just rubbing. People would be getting knocked off the top of the corners because they had banked dirt track with banked corners, but there'd be no guardrails or anything. You'd go over the top and you'd be into the bushes or something. It's hilarious. It's great fun.
One of my old bosses used to do dirt track racing, but he was in those little, I want to say miniature funny cars.
Oh, it was flat. They're a flat tracker. They kind of look like a real car, but they're flattened and kind of wedge shaped.
Yeah. But he did that for a bit. But I think the funny cars were, I don't know, I'd have to look it back up. They had a fin that up on the roof over their rack or over their roll cage, where one fin went up and the other one went down. And it had the wing in the middle. And it was the small versions of those, mini versions, but he liked it. He had fun doing that stuff.
The big wing cars, the short trackers, with a big fin on top of them, with a big wing on top of them. Those things were, but you're starting to get pretty high end at that point. It's you're gonna pay money to do that, big money. Whereas the stuff my dad did, it was the whole car and everything probably cost him $200. And they welded their own roll cage, and but back then every man knew how how to fix a car. I mean, you had to have. Like, my dad's first car was a 1917 Pontiac, and he had to rebuild the motor on that thing like 3 or 4 times just so he'd still have a car. But they'd do that like right in the driveway. Simple. It was just a different world back then. Like, none of your neighbors would complain if you were rebuilding your car in the driveway, because most of them had to do that at one point or another. The cars weren't that reliable. Unless you were really rich, you could buy the real expensive ones. So,
I think I need to do this to my AK.
I didn't even know you had
Another
it.
one.
I heard all your stuff was airsoft.
No, it's all imaginary.
Just like those John Brown people. No, it's actually, I think they have some real guns. But
Ooh, what's the Tron Brown?
John Brown Society? John Brown Gun Club, I guess. They're a bunch of they're kind of affiliated with Antifa, but they're gun people.
Huh, weird.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
They
Matt
were
had
on,
one on his chat. Yeah, Matt had
Oh,
one
yeah,
on his
two-
chat last Wednesday.
They had a man and a woman, both from, they don't sound real up on stuff, but it sounds like they do like, and that's one of the things they do preach is the Second Amendment and stuff like that. But they've also got some kind of weird ideas about immigration and stuff. So, but I mean, they're pro-gun, so they can't be all bad. I still wanted to talk to him more about stuff like free speech and that, but we can give it a chance. I didn't get in the chat. Probably.
Yeah, it was a full panel. I think I was the last one to actually get in.
Sounds like that was an interesting chat to be a part of.
Yeah, you can go back and watch it if you want.
Maybe.
It was boring.
I'm going to assume you said it was boring.
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're like sounding really far away.
Is that better?
I
No, but-
don't even think there was a difference.
People yell at me that I speak too loud. That's why I turned everything down.
Oh, okay. It just like it doesn't sound like you're turned down. It just sounds like you're in the other room yelling at your microphone.
Oh no, no, I'm right on top of it.
Oh, okay.
So,
All right, I'll trust you.
Flippy, why do you want to do this to your AK?
Because it seems neat.
What do you want to do to it? What do you want to do to it? Hang on, I got
Oh,
to so I can see a picture.
He's got a link. I guess I could screen share this, maybe. If it'll let me.
Oh, okay. So link, if you screen share, it's just much easier, Flippy. You're so hard.
There's too many screens.
You make too much work. Oh, that's that, but I think it looks dumb.
I want to put like all those goofy looking rails on my AK.
Like that's like a mall ninja AK.
I know. It's like a Glock. It's like ugly, but its ugliness is kind of charming.
Oh, man. Here we go. Troll lines are out.
It's not trolly. It's Glocks are ugly.
Oh, they are.
I'd be surprised if anyone came against me trying to defend the ugliness of a Glock.
Well, stock Glocks are very, very plain. But, like, when you get them all modded out and crap like that, spend an extra couple grand on it. Some of them actually look pretty cool. Kind of like the John Wick 2 gun from Terran Tactical that you want.
Yeah, you know what that reminds me of? It's like when somebody buys a Harley and goes, "Oh, I'm gonna make it fast," and then they spend another 10 grand to make it as fast as a stock Japanese bike. That to me is just ludicrous, right? It's already an expensive motorcycle, and it's never really going to be fast. They can't run against the Japanese bikes anymore. They had to make their own class because the Harleys were just being blown off the road, right? Because it's an archaic design now with the Glock. It's not archaic. It's just so kind of mindset. I'm going to buy this, but then I'm going to spend a bunch of money to make it better. Whereas you could like a SIG,
or you could just learn to shoot what
Or
you
just
have.
leave it stock. Yeah.
Leave it stock. I mean,
If I wanted a super fancy gun, I'd get a super fancy gun. But if I just want something that's functional, then I'm gonna get something that's functional.
Like there is some charm in getting a Roland Special though. Just because it's like nifty looking and supposedly it does something.
it's like buying a Honda Civic and deciding to make it fast as as fast as a supercar. Yeah, it can be done, but why not just buy a GSR or something like that, or a GSR? What are those fast Japanese cars called? Those Nissans.
Oh, GTR.
GTR, yeah. Just buy one of them. Like why?
Well, when
why
you buy a
not
GTR, you can't leave a GTR stock. You still have to go through and like make it go fast.
You can buy ones that are pretty fast right off the get-go.
Yeah, but they can be so much faster. Like they're clocked out at whatever speed, and you got to go in with the computer and like make it think it's needs to be faster.
Put more pump more air into the engine. The engines are really good engines. I'm not crazy about Japanese cars, but I do like the motorcycles. But that's just because I've always had a thing for going fast on a motorcycle. It's just a lot of fun. Terrifying at times. Though.
Don't you ride motorcycles still?
Oh yeah.
And what is it? What is your bike of riding choice?
My KZ 1000. Yeah. Kawasaki. It's like a 1980. Yeah, but I mean stock. It only had 140 horsepower, but I didn't do that much to it. I did probably another 20 horsepower. So it's not like bikes today, but for its time, it was terrifyingly fast, and it's fast enough for me. I'm old now. I don't really have the reflexes to do the kind of crazy shit I used to do. So it's still it's a streetable bike. It just was used as a drag bike for a few years, so it's really fast, up to 140 miles an hour. But
I had an old KZ440, little 2-cylinder, 440cc. I picked it up right out of the Marine Corps for like $500. I replaced the clutch on it, timed the magnetos. Yeah, we talked about this.
Yeah.
It was a fun bike.
Oh, they are. Like I say, I mean, if I had my druthers nowadays, if I didn't, have the Kawasaki and I have to keep it because it's going to my daughter eventually. I would rather have something like a Yamaha 650 twin cylinder because I had a couple of those, and those were so much fun to ride because they're light, they're twin cylinder, they got tons of torque. You can lift the front wheel anytime you want, and they sound kind of cool. They sound like an English bike, and they're just a nice little cruise around town, and you can kind of flip them around, but they're not a real sport bike. But they're maneuverable, lightweight. And just a lot of fun to ride, because of the torquey engine. But yeah, they only had 60 horsepower, maybe 65. But that's what I want now, because I want to turn it into an apocalypse dirt bike type thing, Some knobby tires on it, and ammo cans for saddlebags, and that kind of shit.
Why don't you just get a rally sport bike? Something that's
it's too modern. Yeah, it's too modern. I'd rather have something that was older and simpler and, wasn't going to tempt me into trying to motocross ride it, which is what I've done with those XLRs and that kind of stuff, It's like a street bike, but gee, it's almost a dirt bike. And, I had a 250 Can-Am Qualifier, which is kind of a trials bike, right? So it's not trials bike, it's a enduro, but it's closer to a race bike than to an enduro, but it still had a headlight, taillights, and signal lights. Pretty serious off-road bike, and I got into a race with it kid who was like, maybe 13. And we were doing these jumps, and I was keeping up with him until I realized, jumps behind. Like my mind was 3 jumps behind. So it was just reflex I kept. And it was like, I can't do this, right? It was all of a sudden your mind realizes, man, I'm too old, and not at this kid's level. I can keep up with him, but that just means I'm going to crash pretty soon. Because when you feel yourself that far over your head, it's just like, oh shit.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, you're starting to realize your mortality level and your ability to heal is much slower. And you're like, do I really want to be in bed for the next 2 weeks crying about my back or my kidneys?
Yeah.
Just to show this kid what's up.
I was probably like mid to late 20s at the time, So it was like, I could get hurt. And it was
at that point, that time, you probably should have just been like, yeah, what, death? Ha! I don't care.
Yeah. Oh no, I settled down pretty early on. But yeah, it was well, except on the street. On the street, I was an idiot. But then that's usually involved a lot of alcohol. But I used to think it was great fun to go around corners and just like kick the back end sideways and drift around corners on pavement on city streets and stuff. And then, as the bike would straighten up, you'd roll it back over the tire, get more traction, and the front wheel would come up. It was, it's really cool to fuck with car drivers that way, but it was really stupid. Surprised I'm still alive, actually.
Oh, count your blessings, brother. Count your blessings.
Oh, yeah. Well, I have lots of friends that aren't around anymore because they rode like that, and rode and drank. And like moderation's one thing, but yeah, we used to like party our asses off, and then at 1 a.m, get out and fire up the motorcycles and be doing burnouts down the sidewalks in front of the bar and doing wheel stand contests and shit until the cops showed up, and then we'd all fuck off. And cops would catch one person or something.
Yeah, and that's the time when you hope the guy who gets caught, doesn't rat you guys out.
Oh, yeah, we never did. Notice I say we never did because I was one of the guys that got caught one time. But yeah, actually, if I do another bike, I'm really tempted to put a sidecar on it. Just so Charlie's got somewhere to ride. I think that'd look cool, put goggles on him. Plus, sidecars are handy, man. Can you imagine going to the gun range? You can just stuff 2 or 3 rifle cases in your sidecar. Way easier.
Well, you'd probably want to strap them down. Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Strap them down, but I mean, most of those sidecars, they're kind of like bullet shaped. Slide the cases down into the footwell and then throw a strap across the back of them, and they're not going anywhere. So that's, ultimately I like to do that because I think what I'm going to end up doing is if I can find a good van, I'm just going to pick up a camper van for coming down next year. And then I've got a motorcycle trailer, so I can just put the bike on that, and then maybe a couple of toolboxes, or big steel boxes for carrying extra shit. And then just come down and, when I get to an RV park, I can park the van and take the bike if I need to go to the grocery store or something. So even if I got a side hack, it'll work on the trailer of that. So because it's a 2-bike trailer. So.
I'm calling it a night, guys. Talk to you later.
Good night.
Good night, man.
So how long did it take you guys to get back to Tucson from Mesa?
Yeah, it wasn't a big deal. I drove all the way back. I was thinking, if I get tired, I'll make G-Webs drive. But yeah, we just sat and shot the shit.
Freaking. Let's see. Michelle ended up driving back to Chicoro Summit. Anyway, it's where the General Patton Museum is. And then she's like, "You can take it from here." And I'm like, "All right, cool." So maybe she drove like just over half, and I drove the other half.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad.
Well, that's the thing is, if G-Webs and I can get, like, if it's a decent, like, size van, you know, I don't see why he has to bring, you know, why we have to take 2 vans and then we're running 2 vehicles, we're doubling the gas. If we're going to do any kind of tour of just gun shops and stuff, if it's a plan, we're going to hit here, just take the one vehicle. And as long as we got the motorcycle and sidecar, well, put G-Webs in the sidecar.
Are you kidding me? That thing would have to be longer than the motorcycle. G-Webs has got long ass legs.
Well, you know what I'm thinking is if I get a sidecar that didn't have like a body around it, so maybe just some frame tubes, he could just kind of stick his feet out front and act like a little bumper.
If you can convince him to do that.
Oh, a fold down footrest, right? That flips out. That's just like a bar. He can just put his feet on, you know.
Kind of like the pegs on the, pegs for the back seat on a bike.
Just be out about where my front wheel was.
Oh, nowadays just get a freaking one of those. What are they? They have them all over out here. They're 3-wheeled
trikes.
No, they've got 2 wheels in the front, 1 wheel in the back. They're not the Can-Am thing.
Oh, those Polaris. Yeah, they got 2 seats.
Yeah, with a two seats. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're all over out here.
Oh, I know, but that would just look silly with the 2 of us in there, right?
I don't know.
His head would be a 1.5 feet over the windshield, and mine would be like just behind the windshield.
Yeah, you're probably going to end up driving 2 vehicles.
Especially if he gets a fur coat for when we're driving in the colder weather. Big fur coat and big fur hat. People would think I'd caught Sasquatch.
G-Webs. I don't think G-Webs would go for that.
Would be funny as hell, though.
Yeah, those things look pretty cool. I've been looking at those. I'm wondering, be kind of a cool thing to have, especially like in Phoenix, because it doesn't get a lot of rain out there. It'd be great to have it in Phoenix.
It rained.
Or Mesa.
And anywhere in Arizona, right? You can just get yourself a quad or one of
those razors. Like the freaking off-road things.
4-wheel drive side-by-sides. And yeah.
I'd want to get a dune buggy. Like an actual VW buggy. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, like that cartoon show that was a ripoff of Scooby-Doo with the talking car.
Yeah. But like an actual, my one of the people up in the mountains where I grew up had one. It was candy apple red, and it had a hard top that you could just bolt on, or you could take that off, and that thing was fucking cool. Put a fucking big ass VW engine in that thing, and he would shred the dirt roads of that thing. And he drove it all over the regular town too, because it's good to go.
Yeah, well, they were street legal. I mean, basically, they were registered as a Volkswagen, because that's what they were. They were just a Volkswagen with a fiberglass body. So they were really cool. I actually always wanted one of those when I was a kid, but they were only 2-wheel drive, right? These new things. I mean, they don't have quite the horsepower, but they're lighter. And they're 4-wheel drive, and they're really off-road capable. And they'll have tons of suspension travel. They're like almost like a sand dune buggy, except they're made by Polaris or Can-Am or something like that.
I saw an actual I think they're actually making full length, like 4-seat, freaking dune buggies, like old sand rails, the 4-seater sand rails. You know how long those were. I think they're making them like the Razors, the Polaris or the RZRs or Can-Ams or whatever, but they're longer now. I've seen a few of them, and they actually look pretty good. I was like, that is an option.
You know, and they're not that expensive. Like brand new, you can get a really nice one for 10 grand. And
I don't know. I've heard they get
they're
up
cheap
there.
on gas. They're cheap on gas, right? They'll still go 70, 80 miles an hour, although they're not allowed on the freeways.
Well, if you don't plan on being on freeways, it's not an issue.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing is you can drive all around and stay on the frontage roads and stuff like that and never go on a freeway. So, yeah, as long as you plan your routes to stay off the freeways, you could drive all over the city and go wherever you wanted.
Be interesting to see if you could plan like an on-road, off-road, cross-country thing with one of those. Like just go from one side of the country to the other, using nothing but like surface streets, old highways, and fucking dirt roads.
I'll bet you could, but the thing is, those things aren't legal in other states to drive on the road.
I don't know, as long as you have lights and turn signals. Well, I don't see why it wouldn't be.
I guess if you had plates from Arizona, you know, as long as you were driving through there and not, you know, you might be able to get away with it. That'd be something to look into because that would be an interesting trip. Do a thing where you camp, like, you know, where you camp off-road on off-road sections instead of going to, you know, motels or something unless you had to.
I'm catching up on some of the comments out there. It's Oh, Bob, you still there?
I'm still here. I'm just making myself a steak sandwich.
Arctic was asking if you guys ever seen those motorcycles with sidecar racing. That stuff is kind of weird, where you have the person in the sidecar actually leaning and shit like that, like sitting. They're like almost hovering in it, and they use their body weight to help freaking keep you from rolling on turns. Freaking
Yeah, there's an off-road version of that where they do that where same thing, but the guy in the sidecar kind of stands up and he does the same kind of thing, leaning all over, but he's just got a bar in front of him that he hangs on to. Looks crazy as hell.
Fucking Grant says, what did he? Oh, he said he saw those new side by sides going for 26K. He'll buy a Jeep. Good luck finding a Jeep for 26K.
You can find them, but they're usually going to be pieces of shit.
Well,
Are there any
Arctic's saying,
good
yeah,
movies?
G-Web's one of those sidecars where he just stands up and holds the bar in front of him. I'm sorry, what was that?
I was wondering if there's any good movies on Netflix right now.
Have you seen The Last King?
Last King of Scotland?
No, Last King. Just The Last King.
No.
It's a Viking type movie. I want to check that out. It's pretty good. Well, entertaining. I liked it. Let's see. I don't know. I really haven't been watching too many TV shows or too many movies. I've been watching more shows. I haven't even been watching a lot of them. But if you wanted to watch a good series, I would say check out Frontier. It's only like 6 or 8 episodes or something like that. It's really good. And then The Last Kingdom. And that's we've got one season out. It's like 10 episodes or something like that. And it's about when the Danes and the Nords invaded England. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool show. But if you just want a movie, I can't help you right now.
Yeah.
Though
Kind of hoping.
I was going to say the new.
Want to see a movie. I kind of want to see a good movie about Vietnam.
Boys of Company C, Hamburger Hill, well, Arctic is recommending The Prestige. If you wanted to watch that, it's not about Vietnam, but there you have it. On Netflix, I don't know. Platoon was always a good one.
Was that the one that everyone makes fun of?
I don't know if they make fun of it, but yeah, I guess. We Were Soldiers, yeah, the beginning of Vietnam. Mel Gibson movie. Has Sam Elliott in it. That was an excellent movie.
Yeah, I've seen We Were Soldiers a bunch.
Still an awesome movie, though. It's Kong Skull Island. I don't think it's on Netflix, though.
I saw that movie. It actually... I don't know. I want to say it's good, but the story to it's kind of like the writing isn't very good, and the story's not very good. But the visuals, the music, and the cinematography are all fantastic.
What about the action scenes?
Sequences? Good enough.
Yeah.
It just doesn't have the greatest writing.
Well then, let's see. No, Arctic is Tropic Thunder. It's a movie about Vietnam. I'm just a dude pretending to be a dude buying another dude, or some variation of that.
Yeah, that was the movie that made fun of Platoon.
And several other things, yeah.
Yeah.
It was funny.
I could watch The Last Samurai, I guess.
That's not Vietnam.
You're not gonna race bait me today, have you?
I'm not race baiting anybody. I'm just saying. All right, so
And
you're
we
gonna
all
go
know
watch
Flip's
The Last Samurai.
not a racist. He just doesn't like other species other than panda bears.
Well, seeing as he's a panda bear, can a panda bear be racist?
Against other species.
Forrest Gump is another recommendation, although not exclusively about Vietnam, does have a part of it where Vietnam is mentioned. Full Metal Jacket is an excellent Vietnam movie.
I also don't think that's on Netflix.
Well, you know.
The Odd Angry Shot. That's an Australian Vietnam movie.
Evidently, panda bears hate polar bears. Is that true? Are panda bears racist toward polar bears?
Maybe I haven't run into a polar bear.
Well, it's not. Yeah, there's not too many polar bears in Texas.
Yeah, you wouldn't like them because polar bears would just eat panda bears. They just like look like big, fat, furry penguins. Which polar bears don't actually eat because they're not in the Arctic; they're in the Antarctic. But it would eat them if it could. Because just like a panda bear, a penguin is full of fat. Nummy to the bears. They love fat.
I thought they were also in the Arctic as well.
Nope.
Oh, interesting.
That's one of the reasons that Coke commercial made no sense.
Mm-hmm. The whole bit about like sharing Coca-Cola with polar bears, though, that makes perfect sense.
Well, you know, hey. Maybe they did it because Santa is not on the South Pole. There's that.
Why all the hate towards Southside Santa?
No hate for, there's no hate for Southside Santa. Southside Santa just happens to be a polar bear that drinks Coca-Cola. And there's also not many polar bears in China either. Correct. That is very true, Grant. Arctic is saying the pandas ran all the polar bears out of China. Said, you don't live here no more. Go.
But if we reintroduce them, it'd sure take care of that panda overpopulation.
Oh, yeah, because we know how big of a problem that really is. Well, guys, I'm going to bail because I got to crash out so I can go to work in the morning. But I will be seeing you guys around, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Well, next year you're going to be living here, Heavy. We'll get together and go shooting for sure.
Yeah, that's actually definitely sounds like a plan. Okay, yeah, I gotta bail. Sorry. I'll see you guys soon. I'll see you soon.
Yep. Talk to you, man.